Hi everybody. How you guys doing today? I'm not even sure what's going on with things and stuff, but here we are doing things and stuff. We're gonna start out the day as we usually do, shouting out Killer Jam 25. How you doing today, Killer? And Deku is in here. Welcome on in, Deku. Welcome in anybody else who's out there floating around and in the world. So, hello. Now, the other day, we did some things around the base. And, I'm driving myself a little crazy now. Because everything we did is with heavy watt wire. And I keep thinking about it, and it keeps driving me crazy because... Do we have heavy watt conductive yet? No. The petroleum alone is going to generate... I'm doing good. I'm a little tired, not quite sure how to get myself in gear yet, but we're going to roll with the punches. I just took my meds for the day, so I'm pretty excited about that. In theory, I want to replace our main power with heavy watt conductive, but we don't even have it researched yet, and it's going to be a massive headache. And I know earlier I was like, yeah, it's fine. We don't need to do heavy watt conductive. We'll just split the power grids, but it's been nagging at me. Do we have heavy watt conductive? We do have heavy watt conductive. I'm just blind as shit. So, heavy watt conductive, we can make this out of lead. Oof. Oh, man. It's a beast. I don't... So, okay. So, of course. I'm not sure if it was helpful. I haven't been on Minecraft in a little while, other than, the random hangout last night. So, here's the situation, right? We set it up so this whole thing can attach to this grid. I don't know if that was the best call. Because as much as I love getting heavy watt wire into the places it needs to get to do the things, I kind of feel like if this attaches to here, that causes a problem, right? Because then because what I said was, I was like, if we run into an issue... Hiya, Aya! If we run into the issue where we need to start running heavy watt conductive wire in our main area, we'll just use transformers to dump the power from our main steam turbines here to the main grid. Sounds reasonable enough, right? Except now we've got it running up here to this thing that I want to get running today. I really do plan on having this up and running today. When you told me how to do it, I already seen it, but it could also be still new. Okay. Yeah, I like I said, I don't know. So basically, if we were to use this power to dump to the grid in here, and then use this as our main grid to distribute from, God, it's all a mess. All right, let's start somewhere else that's not my brain hurting too bad to deal with things. Let's start over down here. First and foremost, I'd like to make a few minor adjustments. This one's going to have to come up and over as well. Okay. This pump's going to have to come up to the other... This thing's gonna have to come up to here somewhere. And while it's doing that, we're gonna cozy vibes time. On the 35 watch stream. Hi. Did I press play on my music or am I just deaf? Oh, I have my music. Jesus, that's loud. Had it muted, then it got too loud. Okay. So, all of this nonsense, I want to start building slickster ranches. I think that's an important thing to get done today. I'd like to start down in this bottom left corner to do that. it's just I got a lot going on in my brain as far as what we need to do, because I was thinking about how are we going to run power down there. Hydrate. Thank you, Aya. Cheers. Right, I'm over here like, how are we going to get power down here? Are we going to attach it to the main grid up here? And if we attach it to the main grid, are we going to use all heavy watt conductive? Are we going to break out from transformers? We've still got 53 cycles before Jonathan comes back online, which is where our main power is going to come from. This system seems to be working all right, which I'm very happy with. We just actually have to get this running. So now we got a couple of questions to ask ourselves. Do we want to go through the absolute psychotic headache of replacing all of the heavy watt wire with heavy watt conductive wire? Do we want to leave this section and then consequently leave this section heavy watt conductive wire and then run a regular conductive wire up here to power this whole situation, leaving the steam turbine up here to augment that power so it's not drawing as much when it's when the steam turbine's active? I mean, that's a possibility. It's absolutely a possibility, but then we run into another situation of, like, I was thinking about what we could do with this space, right? We could theoretically use this space for transformers for the breakout for our base, because we need we need power to get over to our base with multiple lines, and running them all from here means a lot of conductive wire stretching in some ridiculous way. So in an ideal situation, we get ourselves a bit of a power spine, and with this here, we could easily just turn this into like a transformer brick and then break out a couple of sets of transformers down, break out a couple of sets of transformers up, and then we've got our distribution center right here. And I like that idea, but that idea lends itself towards replacing everything with heavy watt conductive wire. I don't know how easy or hard that would be. The biggest problem with that is we would have to replace this joint plate. So I think we're going to put that as like a secondary plan for right now. I mean, it's going to be something we have to address. I think we'll address it today at one point. Our people move pretty goddamn quick and have all their skills in order. We are still gradually strip mining out this section of the map because we do want to get our ranches started. That's where I want to get to today, because we're down to 37.8 tons of dirt. So we're going to have to start bringing in more barbecue or other things. And at the moment, the only place we're getting water from is when we burn petroleum, we're getting water, and that's making crude. If we get our slickster ranches going, the slicksters can start augmenting that situation. Lots of nonsense, right? Lots of absolute friggin' nonsense. So the reason I'm running this pipe first is I want to be able to put ground in here, and I also don't remember if these things create separation. Like, what I'm talking about is, like, if I put this down at the floor level, does that separate it as a room? Or is that... I can probably answer that question. No, I can't. Let me think how I can test this real quick. Like, technically this isn't a room because there's no door separating it. We could put a door here and then this becomes a room. But does this act as a floor? I can't remember. Okay, might as well test it in its location, and we'll make adjustments as need be. So, and guys, I wanted to thank everybody again for yesterday. The Sea Ice Challenge in RimWorld is going absolutely crazy. And then everybody got together and was hanging out in chat last night, telling jokes, playing games, having fun. It was fantastic. One of the best days I've had, like, ever. So, thank you all for just being you and being amazing. Much appreciated, with all the love. was playing Magic with you last night. Yes! Magic was great last night. I want to work on some new decks. If I remember, strength piloting, building impaired, undigging, gastrophobia, night. We'll take the omelets. We'll take the omelets. I remember we were a little low on calories because I just replanted all the pickled meal, or replanted all the mealwood. I'm not, my calorie math is totally effed at the moment. Somehow or another, we're still short on. That's right. They're very young. They're not laying eggs just yet. You got a new bandana for dog meat? That's awesome. Okay, so I kind of stopped mid-sentence. The reason I want to put this pipe in here is because I want to get rid of this pump. Put a pitcher pump down in this lower left corner. Floor this in and turn this bottom section into a ranch. Now that's a 3, so probably going to have... It's going to screw with our ladder system. It's not going to be exactly online with our ladder system. But that's okay. I'm not going to worry too much about maintaining a perfectly symmetrical ladder system. So let's say we have 4 for the ranch, then the ceiling, then another... So 10 would get us 2 ranches. 4, and then the ceiling. So that would be 3 ranches of height. Awkward shapes. Maybe I'll base it off the bottom of this to give us... No. We'll base it off the bottom of the map, and we'll do the things we need to do. If this doesn't do what I need it to do as far as separating the rooms, then... Wow, that's a lot of petroleum. How do I have 1 ton of petroleum there? Where did that come from? No idea. I mean, it can't be mopped up. Could it? I don't know. I don't know. So we're just gonna keep going with the plan, trucking ahead. Let's say we did want to swap everything out for heavy watt conductive wire, right? It would take a lot of stuff offline. So what I'd have to do is delete this steam turbine, put a brick here, mop up the fluid that's at the base of this water tank, drop it back over on this side, dig down into here, replace all that stuff. Holy shit, that would be just impossible. We'd have to brick that in. Then we'd have to move this, we'd have to put a different aqua tuner over here, like just shift that. That'd be the easiest part, was shift this over. I'm at the gym, I'll be back. Okay, sounds good. We're here, we're doing the things. Love you too. I have to get an MRI on my neck today. I'm sorry, Laz, good luck on that, and MRIs suck. They suck. I've been through so many procedures in my life. I mean, they're you know, it's not as bad as going to surgery, but those things suck, so... We're here. We're holding your hand, digitally, from across the world. Okay, and if we're gonna block that in, then I need to get that swept up, too, huh? Just need it out of the pit over here. Okay, so I think we got to focus on the ranches. The power situation is the power situation. Could always... Oh, God. There's so many things that I don't want to have to do. And we've got... that power line sucks. What an absolute nightmarish mess. Oh, these are the moments. These are the moments that break you. Or break me, at least. So, let's get all of that swept into this thing. Right? Let's get... Oh, man. How are we going to do this? Untangling a knot. Untangling a knot. So that power line is doing work, but it's not the only thing doing work. Got to get that swept before we can do other stuff. So, as crazy as it sounds, I think we just gotta... We gotta deconstruct this wire. And replace it here. Now, it's going to shut a couple of things off temporarily, but I don't think we have a choice here. And it's fine. Like, it's not like the system can't afford it, but for now, we're going to run that there. I have to go get I'm hoping it shows something, but not anything too bad. How is everybody? Hey, Bat Guy. Yeah, fingers crossed, Glaz. Like, if there's anything we can do to help, let us know. If there's any support you need, we love you. We got your back. We're here. Let's do a shout out for Bat Guy. I'm guessing that one is on cooldown, so we'll use the other one. How you doing, Bat? I'm just talking about how past Nether kind of hosed me just a little bit because we should have been building in heavy watt conductive wire instead of heavy watt wire, but I got a little ahead of myself, and now I'm trying to think how I want to deal with fixing that. Oh, no. Not yet. You... I don't want that guy there. I usually only use the fancy stuff where I know it'll be a pain to replace later and just use the cheap stuff till wealth. Yeah, I was like, I had this whole thought process in my head of like, I was like, well, we'll use the heavy watt wire because all of this is basically temporary, right? And I was like, well, and if we need to, we could always connect this whole thing back to the main grid with transformers, you know, dump the heavy watt to the heavy watt conductive, right? And the more I think about it, I'm like, well, that means that if these things aren't kicking enough power, they're not going to push this. And if we connect it up to this system up here, same thing. So then we would have to dump power back to it. Then we get this whole power loop situation. And I'm like, what's harder? What's, you know, it's going to be messy as hell. And now I'm over here like, what do I do to sort that out? You know what I mean? And in my head, I'm almost like, I think what we might do is, I think we might just we'll work on building ranches first, and then I think we'll strip everything out of here that doesn't need to be here. Like all this processing stuff for oil and petroleum and stuff, mostly our refinement, stuff like that. And I think maybe we'll make just a super temporary power system down here. Basically, like, move the petroleum generators down here, set up a steam turbine with it, and just have the most basic of basics going down here. Because there's pretty good... Yeah, we've got plenty of chill in our base. We can afford to take cooling offline for, like, 2 dozen cycles, right? So I'm thinking what we're going to have to do is kind of do a temporary replacement for our power, and then do a remodel on the power up here and up here. I don't want to have to do that, but I think it might be what we have to do for my sanity. Because in my brain, I'm like, the petroleum boiler here is going to fill the line in and of itself. Like, just what the petroleum we're going to get from the petroleum boiler is going to be 10K. That's the full heavy watt wire. Then we've got the steam turbines that are going to be deleting heat, dumping extra power. Then we've got another volcano over here, two additional oil wells. Like, we set all the oil wells up. We've got 5. We only need 3 for the 10K. And now I'm getting to the point where I'm like, and I know I even said, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just split the grid or something. We'll split the grid. I don't want to split the grid. I like having all the power accessible in all the places. Like, that's just how I like to play. So, I see an idiot that got stuck. So I know it's an ass backwards way of doing things, but I feel like that might be what we do. Now, if I'm smart about it, which I'm probably not gonna be, I could put the petroleum generators that we're gonna put into their like permanent space, right? And then like the systems around it be temporary, but that's this is doable, right? Hang on a second here. Hang on a second. So yeah, more or less, we could just put 2 petroleum generators down here, clip them into here, just to attach them, and then instead of running the petroleum from this tank into these 2, we just move that tube down. If we get the ranches growing, we won't have as much, we won't be leaning as hard on the crude that the oil wells are producing, which not currently working at the moment anyway, because I'm replacing wires. Also, Bat, do you know, like, will this act as a floor? Like, if I build a box here, will this be a room, or will the room include everything below? Because if the room includes everything below, that causes some issues in my desire to design this thing. It will include below. Okay, that's problematic. All right, let me think. Let me approach this a different way then. So ceiling plus 4, then ceiling plus 1, 2, 3, 4, then ceiling plus 1, 2, 3, 4, and that would be floor, and that would be in our way. Okay. Hi, Julie! Let's do a shout out for Julie. Let's see if my shout outs are off of cooldown or if I'm just gonna bang my head into a wall here. Julie Pixels. How you doing, Julie? 7-minute cooldown. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna manually type in Julie's name. Guys, go check out Julie. Julie's an amazing person. She's brought us together with many an Ani person and is just fantastic. Frosty's freezing me out, absolutely. Okay, Lou is coming down here to take care of some of this sweepy. I need all this junk out of here. I could build around this. I could build around this. I like your base so far. The petroleum boiler is quite impressive. Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, I'd love to claim credit for the design, but it's straight up just Francis John's design. It'll look way more impressive once the magma's actually flowing in however many cycles. I just need everybody hauling. I need to get all this junk out of here because I want to seal this area in. Come on, guys, come on. Good job, dupes. They're actually making quick work of this. I mean, we're on 2x, but so what I'm gonna do is, since it'll include the area down here, we'll do some little brick-in stuff, and we'll basically minimize the amount of tiles, and we'll shorten up the. Actually, yeah, that'll help because then the bottom ranch can be 3 tall. No, it can't. It needs to be 4 tall. Never mind. See, as soon as you do that, they all reset their priorities. So they're like, oh, I wanted to haul to this. Oh, it doesn't exist anymore? Because it's full? Should have just made 2 of them. Or put a dropper there. In RimWorld, you could just highlight and draft and undraft everybody, and then it would reset their priorities, but... Like Lou over here... Lou, if we move Lou right now, they'll go back to hauling that stuff. Yep. Yeah, we'll just have to do that a couple of times. So yeah, I think that's going to be what we have to do. We're going to have to get to a point where we're just... We've got a temporary... I'm going to have to put in a temporary system, decommission our current system a little bit, do some rebuilding, reorganizing, and then sort that out. God, okay. So it's just it's untangling the knot. That's what we got to do today, is untangle the knot. I think I can find a way to make this work, even with it registering below. Yes, beard stroke. When Nether plays casual, it's kind of no different than when normal people don't. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but basically, like, my casual is other people's hardcore, I feel like. I love doing systems that are, like, fully integrated and super efficient. When I say casual, when I'm doing my playthrough and cozy, for me it's like we're not racing to a goal, or we're not playing on extreme difficulties. We're just doing the projects that I want to do. Another hydrate coming in hot. Thanks, Laz. Posture check's a good one. I bet there's a stretch yet. There it is. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, okay, I'm awake, I swear. There is so much junk down here. If I had planned this, because the idea is we're gonna brick this whole area in, basically. Probably with, like, yeah, we're gonna go like that. And then we'll come across here, and we'll put another mesh tile right here. So then these two pumps and this little area here, that'll count as, I did. I'm not gonna lie, I could have slept all day today. This week I've been so excited about everything we've been doing, both on Ani and RimWorld, that sleeping has become a very difficult thing for me. So, I could have easily, like, slept, got up, gone and gotten a, gone to a chiropractor, gone and sat in a hot tub, got a massage. Like, I could have absolutely taken a spa day today and would have loved every moment of it. But yeah, I am getting a little nervous on the dirt. That's why I wanted to prioritize the ranches. If we can start getting the Slickster ranches up and running, and start producing a little bit of barbecue, that'll be helpful. Come on, dupes. How's our calorie situation? Our calorie situation is good. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Like I said, we've got calories we're trying to save for space, but if that's not a thing, then it's not a thing, you know? Also, let me make sure to put this on buildings. I got to download that mod. But yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna basically create a temporary setup. So we're gonna get these ranches going first and foremost. That's gonna be our main priority. I'm gonna try and get in at least 3 or 4. I think I'd like to get 4 ranches in down here, cram them in somehow. We'll figure out how we gotta reconfigure space over here to make it possible. Once we've got those 4 ranches built and the starter slicksters in there so the green thumbs can start making that a thing, then we'll move on to making some plastic so that we can make a temporary area. Like, we'll run some plastic production. In fact, we might could throw together a quick temporary plastic setup. What's the pressure looking like over here? Not bad at all. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. Let's set up a little bit of plastic. I don't think we have to make these out of steel, but we're going to be deconstructing it anyway, so... Let's move that over. God, my hair is ridiculous today. Okay, so let's put these guys here. That like that. I never remember that these things output CO2. So let's remember that this time. I just got my hair cut today for summer. Hell yeah! I cut my own hair. I've been cutting my own hair my whole life, so... Well, not my whole life, but a good portion of it. It's a thing. I think the printing press thing is, there. I'd like to bridge onto that, but... Yay, potential system breaking things in the works. Let's go. Put that stuff in place. that. I don't actually have a way to... I'm going to snip that for a second. And that. And in order to get some water in here, I'm going to put a vent there so we can drop some water once these tiles are built. We'll let it back up in that line. It's fine. For now, it'll be fine. And then we need to run petroleum in there, which is coming from up here. What an absolute shit show of a mess. Don't do things the way I do things. This is absolutely stupid. God, this is one of the worst industrial areas ever. Oh, printable. Right. Thank you, Iowa. Dirt! I want that. Do I care about anybody else? Nobody has husbandry, so not even going to look. We're going to take the dirt because that's the timer we're on. As soon as the dirt runs out, we better be on to slicksters. Alright, let's get the rest of that junk swept out of there. Meanwhile, we're looking over here. Because how much processed stuff do we have? We've got 8.5 tons of steel. We've got 10.7 tons of copper. We've got boatloads of lead because it just mines out refined. All right, so I think I am just going to take the steel processing offline. The purple evil-looking gas is new. Purple evil-looking gas. Oh, this? This is just how carbon dioxide looks when it starts getting real thick. There is an even purpler gas. It's also because of the biomes. Like, you'll notice that there's a different color right in here than over here. Like, depending on the biome, your background will be kind of differently shaded. So, this is all carbon dioxide. If we look at our little overlay, see all the black or dark gray or whatever, charcoal color, that's CO2. Like if we look at the gas overlay. Why is this? Okay, because I cut off the water to that. Yeah, it's a thing. Can we get these tiles built, please, guys? Thank you. See, the funny thing is I still don't know how I want to deal with the petroleum generators long term. There's a lot of stuff I want to do, but we're going to want to be able to corner grab these and pull them into a steam room. So we're going to want the steam room to be somewhere over here. Like, obviously, this is going to wind up being our steam room. You know, with all the power, I always, like, I talk about it, but I'm like, you know, realistically, even if I had to put in a pump to deal with polluted oxygen, would it be the worst thing in the world to be using that power? We just need a little bit of water down here. It's actually probably more than enough. And we'll just put that in. And down here. Barb is fabricating at the oil refinery. Oh, bringing fossil. Gotcha, gotcha. Good job, Barb. I'm waking up. I swear I'm waking up. Oh, give it a stretch, Nether. Give it a stretch. Let's go a little faster on this. Actually, let's not. That is hooked up. So let's get ourselves some plastic, so I don't have to worry so much about stupid things. Yeah, and we'll start pulling apart our older systems. There's some things we can do. There's definitely some things we can do. We've done a lot of projects and done a lot of, like, build, rebuild type stuff, and this is going to be no different than that. It is going to give us the opportunity to change a few things as well, so... You know, even without this functioning, the fact that we just have water sitting here oh yeah, that water's at like 99.7, so... This is working better than it was. And so, like... I don't even know what I'm talking about. What was that? Research complete. Pathogen diagnostics. I don't remember what we were researching. Honestly, just do not remember what we were researching. I think we were, like, legit just going down the chain, just getting everything researched that we can, right? Don't really care about transport tubes, quite honestly. Don't need this stuff. I never use ribbon writers and readers. I never use them. I mean, we could start going in this direction. That gets us towards nuclear reactors. The telescopes... kind of need to get into the telescopes. Kind of need a lot of things. Oh, right. We were up here getting that done. What is this? Botanical analyzer. Sure, why not? Well, never mind. We don't need research. Let's just let everybody do the things that we're asking them to do. Also, I got to... So many systems we need to put into place here. Alright, so we've now got plastic being made. Why does that look so weird? See, these don't look like machines to me. They look like weird little, like, insect birds. It looks like something that would be from the Phyrexian plane in Magic the Gathering. Oh, okay. Mechanical Drekos, yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. They're so... It look like these are the eyeballs, and these are the wings, and then even the sounds they make look like they sound... I don't know. Weird design, but we're not going to run these for a super long time. We're going to run them long enough to get a few things built, and that's about it. Because it seems like we're going to be redoing quite a few things. So I just had a set of Play-Doh toys that looks like those. Pressed the Play-Doh out like spaghetti. Oh, Sergeant, how the hell are you? I read your comment and responded to it, but didn't even realize you were here. How you doing? Sounds like all the baby hatches sleeping. Oh, right, yeah, it does kind of sound like snoring. Oh my god. I should have just put an auto dropper here. So I don't know, how much plastic do we want to bank? Maybe like a ton or two of plastic, and then we can deconstruct that again and then start pulling pieces apart here. Ranches, Nether. Ranches. Get plastic. Build ranches. Don't need plastic for the ranches. The other thing is we got to build a lot of things out of steel for the ranches. You know what? Let me put that back on forever. I know that sounds insane, but like, we don't have gold amalgam, and everything down here is going to be pretty goddamn toasty, so we're most likely going to have to build almost everything for our slickster ranches out of steel. In fact, that's what we're going to have to do. So... right. Move a thing, go on a break. Totally understand. Lou will get on top of it. Come on, Lou! And you're going. I'm just looking at these things are crazy. Got so many things I want to do, and this is what happens to me when I play these games, and it's part of something I love, so I guess I'll just talk. Back to the paperwork and lurk. Paperwork and lurk. Sounds good. Cheers, Julie. Thank you for hanging out while you do your paperwork. So, I'm not like, I don't want to sound like I do a lot of sewing in my life, because I don't, but I always loved backstitching, where you stitch forward, stitch back to reinforce the stitch. Like, even just conceptually, I like the idea of that, right? And I feel like that's what I do when I build my bases. They're, like, I move a step forward, and then I move back and make something permanent. Then I move forward a little bit more. Then I move back to where it was kind of permanent, but still half temporary. And so that's kind of what we're doing. We're kind of, like, back-stitching our way through base design. And I like that. It's just, you know, I get, in all honesty, guys, I get a little stressed out sometimes when I'm streaming. Not because I don't like streaming, because I worry about being entertaining. I think in the back of any streamer's mind, any content creator's mind, they're like, is what I'm doing interesting? Like, even, like, I'm enjoying myself. I could do this all day long. If I was playing this off camera, I would have no worries about rebuilding these systems and redoing everything. Like, oh yeah, okay, that's what we're doing today. We're ripping things apart and putting them back together. And I'd be like, yeah, that's cool. But then, you know, like I said, in the back of my mind, the content creator part of me is like, are other people enjoying this? Is this fun for people to watch? Do they not want to see me, like, you know, do the same thing? Like, rebuild and fix and make everything perfect? Or, like, am I just being ridiculous, you know? So, hopefully you guys are enjoying it, because I'm enjoying doing it. I'm enjoying hanging out with everybody. That's a lot of fucking lead. If you're on new clothes and you hear threads snapping, it's usually the blasting stitches, blasting stitches that are never removed. At least 7 of us are enjoying. Jim, 47. Jim, how you doing? Good, good. Okay, cool. At least I like that answer. I like that answer. We can deconstruct that. Thank you, Killer. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna stop letting my insecurities get the better of me. And we'll try and get some actual work done today. The food is the thing that worries me more than anything, if that makes any sense. Well, I mean, it does. We're in as much as we're in a colony builder, it's a colony builder that has survival elements, so... Oh, you bastard. You didn't quite get that out of there, did you? I'm here for you no matter what you're doing. Thank you, Laz! You guys are the best. You guys are the best. I love you guys. Alright, somebody come and move that lead. I want to actually do something today. Alright, alright. All the debris moved out of there? Good. Okay, so we're going to put that there. Now, 96 tiles, including this little whole shebang down here. Or we could just let it be a little bit further over. Oh, we have a planning tool, don't we? We have a planning tool. Duh, Nether. Alright, let's go with white for now. And let's say... Okay, so this is 100 tiles. And we need 96, so, you know, doorway and the little, like, sideways door thing. So then we have another 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So... 4, 8, 12... Boop. So that would be 100 tiles there. We could delete that one there and put one, so that could go there. And that still requires that tile to be there. So... yeah, okay. I got this. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So then we remove that blueprint and we delete that square. Oh, wait. Okay. Before we get out of hand here. So now, that would mean that here would be a floor. Same thing here. So that would be a ranch, right? Now we would need 100 tiles worth of ranch. That's 88, so 100 tiles worth of ranch here is here. And I say 100 tiles because it's got to be 96, but we're going to do the same little door trick here to keep them isolated up front. Okay. Now, alright, so this is 12 tiles. Can we get 12 tiles out of breaking this? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that gets rid of half of them. No, not realistic. Easy enough to, like, do this. But then that doesn't keep in line up there. Yeah, okay. So I'd like them to be at least slightly reasonable. The other thing we could do is just kind of wall this off as its own thing. Alright, if I wanted to... okay, let's say that my OCD tendency here is to do this. That means we need to fill in... we need to ditch 8 tiles over here, right? So then... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We brick that in. And we could literally just do 7, 8. And just... leave that there, brick this in, and then that's in a straight line. Right? Let me double check that this is 100 tiles. That's 96. Okay, so that would need to go to there. And so, like, this is 84 plus 16 is 100. So this is 104 tiles if we do that, which is... 4 more tiles than we need. I mean, does it matter if this bottom one is just an awkward shape as far as the ceiling? Like, we could literally just do that. Right? If you wanted to shrink the room area below the pitcher pump, put in water flow through tiles down in the well on either side of the pitcher pump. Saves 4 tiles. Wait a second, what? What you're playing, I have watched a streamer who I like play a game they didn't like and just totally lost interest. Your enjoyment is our enjoyment too. That's awesome, Jim. Sorry, I didn't read that earlier while I was planning. If you wanted to shrink the room area below the pitcher pump, put in water flow through tiles down in the well on either side of the pitcher pump. Saves 4 tiles. I'm not sure I'm following. I'm not sure I'm following on that. I do apologize. It's more that I just kind of want the front doors to line up. The two tile column of the pitcher pump, you need to leave it so it can reach the bottom, but the inverted T can be turned into more of an I. Oh, I see what you're saying, I think. Like stack the pumps instead of putting them on the floor like that? Is that what you're talking about? T can be turned into more of an I. I'm going to double check a few things while I think about that. Okay, so that's 68 plus 18, 76, 86. 86 plus 10 is... Wait, is that 96 there? Oh my god. Too much math. 16 plus floor. So there's 20 here. So 32 plus 68 is 100. Okay, that's perfect. Okay. I think I might just go with whatever this is. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying, and I feel like I'm just being dense, and I'm not, like, following, but I apologize for that. Here's going to be another one that's awkward. Oh, the planning. I was originally thinking these would kind of slide over more. I mean, we could flatten them a bit, but I don't like the idea of doing that either. We might only have these come down to the top of it. Let me, let's say we did that. Now, how many would be in here? And can I do the door thing if it's this tight? I don't think I can do the door thing if it's this tight. Well, maybe I can. No, not really, huh? I'd have to break this out. PP, PP, O, PP, O. P, pitcher pump, and below. O, extra space on either side so you could brick over the shave room size. Jim, are you in the Discord? You could totally send me a picture of what you're talking about. I mean, this solution is slightly tile wasting, but like I'm at the point where I'm kind of like, meh, doesn't matter. Cool. Let me know when you sent it to the Discord, and I'll go check it out. And then I might readjust this design over here. Cheers to the second cup of coffee. Cheers, killer. Thank you for coming in always. Okay, let's do a little counting here. We would obviously make these out of mesh tiles, so things could just keep going down. Because we're going to be running like... We're going to be running about 8 Slickster ranches. So what I might do... This thing might come down, and then the left side out might just go over here, and then the other set of Slickster ranchers is going to go here. Let me do just a little bit of math on this. So we've got 20 tiles here, plus 18, so we've got 38, plus 44, so 78, 79, 80, 82, this would be 83. So we would need... 13 more for the 96. This is 12. And we can just take one of those blocks out and do something like that. Or 2, 3, 4, 5. We could do this. And then add in 5 more blocks over here. 1, 2, 3. Do 4, 5. It'd be a little awkward. I mean, it's a weird, awkward shape type of thing, but if we just do that, now we have a ranch that they can get into over here. It's the right size. I mean, these top and bottom ranches are basically awkward. Back from the gym. Hello. Can you focus on the pitcher pump for 2 seconds? Yeah. Focus on the pitcher pump. Bring down the overlay a little bit. I mean, so, hold on, a little bit of a stretch. I mean, what we could do, if we absolutely had to, what I could do is I could unbrick these 2 spots and shift that over. I could move this up here, and then we could kind of brick this in more. We definitely need these 2 pumps. We might even need a 3rd pump in here. So I kind of want to leave this space as is, because we might need to stick a 3rd pump in here, depending on how things go. There's going to end up being some liquid filtering that has to go on. Oh, I didn't see the 2 pumps under the pitcher pump. Yeah, there's 2 pumps down here. Sorry, my bad for the planning mod overlay. But yeah, that's why it was kind of an awkward space. I'm very tempted to noodle with this just a little bit more, right? Like... No, okay. So what we're going to need is... I mean, I think this might be good for these. This side can be real congruent. You're making... Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I was like, if the pumps weren't here, we could brick in this, and that would get us 4 tiles back. So I understood that bit, but I was like, how do we move the... How is he moving the pump around? On the very right, there's an opacity setting. Yes, there is. I think Jim just didn't see the pumps because I was using the planning mod. So, this all being said, we need an evolution chamber for them. which we could actually put right into the floor, right? So we need to be able to lock a door and have the conveyor rails go in. And we need to save... We need incubators to save space, right? So until we power them, we're going to need 2 incubators per ranch. I think. Is that right? What is the... Let me look at some math on these slicksters. Yes. Lifespan's 100 cycles. 3,200 meat. We don't want long hairs. I think slicksters have reasonably the same lifestyle and hatching as hatches as far as eggs are concerned. Okay. Okay. Let me say that's good. Then let's do a little copy in here. And we're going to flip this around. Oh, right. That makes that upside down. Right. Okay. Remove those bits. That brings us into that problem. So we would need this to be... Maybe we just put the incubators along the top there. I really love this planning tool. I really do. This thing is friggin' cool. And then... Huh. So then we would basically have a small ladder system that runs down here, right? I don't know that we even need it to be 3 wide. Okay, let's just do some planning. I like planning. Let's leave the game paused and do some planning. We're playing casual, cozy. This is how Nether casual cozies. We need an evolution chamber, right? Which, for anybody who doesn't play Ani, means a way to murder our animals in liquid. We evolve them from animals into meat. So, evolution chamber. Do we want to just put that at the bottom here, or do we want to put it up closer to the top? I'm thinking maybe up closer to the top. So realistically, this little nugget here, this is just going to sit snug against the top of this ranch. This will give us these 8 ranches. So we could just kind of put it in the corner here, right? So if this is the case... This bit here is going to be there, like that'll be that little side thing, and we could easily just, I mean, that would put that in the way a little bit. If we put that there and then a door there, that would mean it would be, yeah, that would be kind of, I wouldn't like that. That would get in the way of pathing in a way I don't want it to do. So what we might do is... What if we just make this too wide? No, okay, so that'll be the floor of that. I'm just trying to come up with a nifty way of dealing with this, right? So if we've got 8 ranches, at first we're going to need 16 incubators, right? So that's 32 tiles worth of incubators. So that, well, 3 tall, actually. 3 tall. So that's the number of incubators we'd have to get in here just to reserve eggs for our slicksters. We could quite literally put these something like right here. Like just right along the top. That would require a floor there, so that wouldn't exactly work. If we move them up there, that creates kind of an awkward space. What we could do is maybe split them. So maybe we do that. And then we grab our cut tool here. And we do that. And so, again, that would mean we'd wind up like bricking that in and wasting that little bit of space. But then this doesn't have to be here. And we'd actually want to make it a little bit bigger than that so we could put the pickup. Right, we're going to want to put the incubators and the pickup things so that they can grab the slicksters from here and bring them down into the ranches. Cool. Then, with that being said, they're going to be coming in a door here, coming in a door here. Let's actually make like a door color. Let's call the door color for this one orange. Just so we're not overlapping our doors. It's not supposed to be too wide there, but... Fingers! Fingers do the finger thingy. So if that's like that... We need to be able to get in here. So... Actual ranches... Incubators to reserve eggs for the ranches. And I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to do things that are like reasonably space efficient but also look good, right? So if we have that like that, where can we put an evolution chamber where they're not actually like doing extra hopping maneuvers, right? My inclination at all times is to just put it in the floor, and maybe that is the play, right? Maybe we just put a door like right here, and put the crude oil. We'll do that with circles. Put crude oil just right there and have that be like the evolution chamber. And then we stick in the shipping, like the sweeper, we put like right there. Or something like that. right? And then that loads a loader and sends thing off. Although we need to get the ladder down. I mean, at that point, it doesn't matter what direction we put the loader. We could put the loader like that or on the other side, and then run the fire pole down so they can slip down. And because water flows through door. Like, oil will flow through the door, right? There's something about it I don't like. Something that just doesn't feel right about that to me. So I'm gonna leave the floor alone and find a different solution here. Thank you for lurking, Killer. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. All right. That all being said, let's say, for the sake of this, that this will be a floor level, right? Because they're going to come over here. What if we just let this thing come in at that level? And so the evolution chamber would be right there. Like this, you picture this dropped down to here. So when they come out, they just go like this tile right here would be right here. And they would just walk across. And then there would just be... This would be our access to go down. We'd put ladders. We could put any sweepy bits we need. I think the hardest part about this whole setup would be this bit here. Because of the way the sweeper would have to go in. So we would need... Nope, not remove. We would need this much space for the drop-off and the grooming station. And if we were going to use the sweeper to get the eggs, sweepers are 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we wanted to stop the slicksters from moving over, we couldn't do the door trick here. Which is where this becomes problematic with this floor. Little interesting solutions. I like designing around tight stuff like this. Like, I'm that type of person who's like, Nether, why don't you just put it on top or move it over to the side or, you know, do them in a different orientation. I just like the idea of trying to, like, squeeze things in like this. This is kind of what's fun about it. It becomes... I'm a big fan of Tetris. When I found Tetris when I was a kid, I was like, this shit is fucking awesome. And I would just glue to it all day long. Just... I lost, start over. Just nonstop. Go, 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 go. So that was, like, where my brain was at, right? And, so when I play stuff like this, it's like, that's what it's about for me. It's like, okay, so... So we want to make sure that we have... Anyway, that's why I'm trying to do this way. See, on these sides, it's easy because you do this. You put... That's our, like... These are the areas that our ranchers are going to need to work in. We don't need to have feeding things because they're eating the air instead. And then if we grab diamonds... So the automation here is a lot simpler. You just put the sweeper up here on each side. Right? And then the loader will make... Oh, well, we'll make the loader blue for now. The loader doesn't even matter. Like, you could put that right here on each side. Or you could flip-flop these. It doesn't matter. Like, the loader could be on this side if you want to save on rails, which is probably what I would do. And then as far as doors, because we're using orange squares as doors, right? We would then put, like, a door here and a door here. And that would force all the slicksters into here while still seeing the room. So that's what we're doing with the hatches up there. So it makes it easier... So we don't actually have to fill the room with sweepers to pick up all the eggs. Right? The sweepers only have to be able to see this spot here. I mean, hell, if we tightened this up, we could probably even get away with, like, a sweeper in the hallway sweeping for each of these. Can I do that? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, because there'd be no ladder up and down. Okay, we'll go with this. So then how do we sweep over here? We can't put doors here and here because that would make this a room and then they wouldn't register as this. Even if we deleted that tile, it wouldn't work. Okay, so then if we move this up, which I don't particularly want to do, but let's just say we have to. That brings back in 5 tiles here. We delete that. Instead of putting a door tile there, we put a door and an airflow tile. Or a mesh tile, right? And that brought back in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles. So then we would need to get rid of 5 tiles on this side. So that's 4, 5, right? Hydrate. Thank you, Aya. Thank you, thank you. And then this couldn't actually be a walkable floor here, nor could this. But I think we might have to do something like that for the sake of this. So then let's remove that stuff. Let's draw in our little automation bits. We'll probably flip-flop those, but whatever. Let's just say we're good with that, right? Let's just say that's fine. Huh. What we could do... Just because it's easy enough to do. What if we shifted this whole plan over by 1 tile, like that? Would that make my brain accept an in-the-floor evolution chamber? Like there, with the crude just like bubbling there, and basically they die there. And a sweeper could go, God, let's say, could literally put the sweeper freaking anywhere at that point. We'll probably put the ladder and a pole down, and any extra space. Basically, what we're gonna do is just throw in extra decor, right? We'll just eventually, the man with the plan. Hey Zed, let's do a quick shout out for Zed. You know me, Zed. I like to plan. I was talking to everybody about how it makes me just a little like anxious sometimes because I like to plan and redo stuff and make things perfect, and I was worried that it might not be interesting to people. And everybody was being really nice and being like, "Nether, if you're having fun, we're having fun." And I'm like, "Well, if that's the case, I want to mess around with some things real quick." So that's where we're at. How you doing today? Thank you so much, Zed. Yeah, that took a lot of work. And it's funny, it's like so many other things in life, right? I was grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding, and it felt like an eternity. And then that last little bit kind of happened, and then we're already overflowing. Like the next tier of monetization on YouTube is at 4,000 hours and 1,000 subscribers, because I'm at I crushed the 500 subscribers, and now we got the 3,000 hours. That was the first goal. And I think we're almost up to 800 subscribers. We're at like 770 or 780 subscribers or something like that. And as soon as we hit that 3,000 mark, I'm almost at, it's almost at 3,200 now. Like we're almost 20%, no, whatever, 20, 40, 60, 81. Yeah, we're almost like 20% to the next freaking tier already. That's freaking amazing. I think the subs are going to be the harder thing to accomplish for the next tier. But thank you guys so much for making that happen. Like it happened because of you guys, you know. I'm trying so hard right now to design something that's not an absolute work of dookie over here. Hold on, I got an idea. what if we kind of shift this forward, right? And line it up there. Hiya, Eileen. Okay, so now we got this. We could fit, theoretically, an extra one here, but rather than fit an extra one, what if... Okay, I think I might like this. We could put a wall there. No, because the dupes would have to be able to access it, right? So not quite. But we've got this space down here. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. So we break that out. We grab an orange door. And we put an orange door right there. Right? And instead of having solid blocks here... I mean, it's going to be oil, but for the sake of visibility... We just put some crude right here. Break that in, put some crude right there. And that would be the evolution chamber. And then we could grab yellow, diamonds. There's our sweeper. There's our loader. And that sends meat and eggshells. Now, it does leave this little extra space over here. We can fix that. Hang on. Okay, so if that's good for there. So then we can cut this, bring it back here. We could then remove that. We could put the wall... Let's say we put the wall there, but just removed it here. So this is technically the same room. No, we'd need to have a pickup on the bottom, wouldn't we? Okay, so what color is the pickup going to be? Let's make the pickup red. I love planning. This is like one of my favorite things I've ever downloaded is this mod. And then an orange door. Orange door. I mean, that gives us a little extra space here that I don't necessarily care about. What do you guys think? I mean, other than I'm being completely absurd. What do you guys think? And if that... So basically... Okay, so let me explain the principles for those of us who are newer to the game and everything. The slicksters, because we have these doors... Like up here, the hatches are forced to stay up here because these two doors. They can't jump 3 tiles high. If we only had this vertical door, they'd be able to jump over it. But we have these 2 doors. But since this gap exists up here, they see this entire space as a ranch. So if we just look at the rectangle, it's 100 tiles, which is 4 over the maximum ranch size. But by putting these 2 doors in here, it drops it down to 96 and forces them all into one area. I don't have the automation in, but that would mean that we could absolutely grab a sweeper here, and that sweeper can now see all the spots that they can possibly drop eggs. And so what happens? So we're representing that with these diamond tiles right here, right? So down here we don't need as much space because hatches need to eat from feeders, and you have to have backup stuff in here. We have a pickup and a drop off because I'm doing this wrong. So for slicksters, they're eating the air, so we can get rid of these 3 objects. So we need the grooming station and the drop-off down here. So that's these 9 tiles here. Then The other thing people do sometimes is they'll do a door with an airflow tile on top and then build like a random tile on the ceiling. So that's kind of what we're doing here. We're door, airflow tile, actually probably mesh tile because of where it is. And then, you know, we make up for the difference on the back end over here. And that means that all of the slicksters for this ranch will be over here. All the slicksters for this ranch will be here. These sweepers will then load up all of the eggs and eggshells, and all these loaders will send that to this tile here, which will be full of crude oil. These will have to be solid tiles to make sure that stays full of crude oil. Basically, they're drowning in their own... Anyway, let's not go there. That's a little too RimWorld. This will be a locked door. So the slicksters and the dupes won't be able to open this door, but the sweepers can see through the door, this guy up here. So anytime a slickster drowns in here, it will immediately grab the meat and the eggshells and load it onto the loader and send it where it needs to go. Maybe we do make use of the extra bit over here and we actually put a second loader in here, one that goes to regular storage, the other one that goes to the kitchen. For now, I'm not going to worry too much about it. And the reason we have these incubators here is that when the eggs get sent here, we put the incubators at the highest priority. So the moment one of these incubators is empty, the ranchers run down here, grab an egg through the door, because they can grab through the door, and put it into the incubator. Bam. Now the eggs all have incubators. These tiles here, these diamond ones, represent pickups. So we'll have slicksters in here that are being born, and the moment one of these ranches needs one, because the drop-off says we need 8 creatures in here, and if once the drop-off says, hey, we're down to 7 creatures, the dupes now have a message broadcast to them that says, hey, we need another critter in here with the filters we have set. So they go, oh, we need a slickster in here. And they see that there's a slickster in here because this pickup says it, and they go and pick the slickster up, drop it off at the ranch, and that should keep these ranches full but never overflowing because the eggs get yanked out the moment they drop, because eggs count as critters in and of themselves. I know it's a complicated, convoluted system over here, but this is kind of what we need to, kind of what it has to be, more or less. The only question now is how much space do I want to leave for decor? I think I might leave this 4 wide, so we bring down a fire pole and a ladder up, and then on each side we leave a space so we could put statues in later. Right? Does that sound reasonable? They'd be short statues, wouldn't... No, we could put in full-size statues. And these ranches... This setup right here, this will feed almost 50 duplicants, as long as we can provide enough CO2, which will be provided by the 5 petroleum generators that are going to be fed from this volcano setup. And then these guys will have access to this stuff over here. And then we have all this room for activity down here. Now, we might get to the point where we decide to set up a second petroleum boiler with the extra 2. Or, I was reading, who was it? I always forget everybody's names while I'm doing it. But let me double check real quick. It was Deku. That's right. It was Deku. I was going to say that, but I didn't want to be wrong. I was talking to Deku about sour gas boilers on the server and looking at GC funguses, which I actually did wind up watching that video a while back, and Deku was like, dude, you got to check this out. And I was like, all right, let me take a quick look. I was like, oh, I've seen that before. That's a good video. So we might do that. That sour gas boiler could probably fit somewhere down here. It does mean we would need space materials, so until we get space materials, maybe we do want to do a second petroleum boiler. In that case, we've got another 2/3. So instead of 75, 80 slicksters, we'd be looking at feeding like 100 slicksters. I mean, we're never going to actually use all this food on this planet. I mean, we're not going to have a 50 duplicant, 60 duplicant planet, but we can deep freeze this, or we could dehydrate this food and send it to other planets. We could set up a whole dehydration, which I've never done. I've never dealt with the dehydration stuff before. So we could set up a whole dehydration thing, send a bunch of food to other planets, and basically make this like our barbecue planet. And then our second planet's going to be all of our water crops. I like making lots of food. I like making lots of food. I like making lots of power. I like playing with magma. Those are like my things, right? I think I like this. Any Ani players out there watching, whether even if it's in the YouTube comments, because I read all the comments, and even though YouTube video will be up, the VOD will be up way later after we've done this. If anybody has any suggestions, there will always be more Ani worlds and more things to take into account. So if you've got cool designs or anything, feel free to shoot them on over. Happy to take a look. Actually, ecstatic to take a look. Would love to. So I like learning new things. Like, we're doing stuff and we're going to continue to do stuff. So let's... All right. Let's say this is the design. This is going to be a lot of construction. I think what we do is we start with getting this guy. Let's start with getting these 3 going. I think we could support 3 ranches right now with the amount of CO2 we're producing, maybe more. But the other thing I want to do is actually move our little wild slickster preserve over here. Where can I put that it's not going to be in the way? Could just kind of stick it up in this corner. I might do that. It's going to be in our way later, but does it matter? Not even a little bit. Well, actually, if we put it up in that corner... It really is not going to matter. Yeah, let's stick it up in this corner. So let's go into our planning blueprint, our planning mod here. Let's turn the opacity down. I do want to check something real quick on the main menu. Give me just a hot second. Let's go to the main menu, make sure that it's set up, because there's an option on this mod to delete the blueprint after you build on top of it. I want to make sure that's not selected. I don't want to lose the thread of the blueprint. Planning tool. Remove plan on construction, no. Okay, close. Now let's go back into the game. Again, if anybody is not a planner out there, I apologize for the absolute unnecessary nonsense. I should have done this last night. I've been trying to plan more stuff before and after stream and stuff like that, but, you know. Where did my blueprint go? Oh, no. No, 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 no. Okay. That just had my stomach drop. I'm like, did I just spend that whole time planning? Actually, yeah, hang on. Let me make that just in case, because we are dealing with mods. I'm going to do a little Windows snipping tool, and I'm going to take a picture and send it to myself, because that just gave me a little bit of a heart attack. Okay. Let's bring the opacity down to, like, barely... Can also export it? Hell yeah. How do we do that? Export. Wonderful. I hit the button. It did the thing. Okay. Select area, export. Okay. Oh, so we do like a copy... And export? Is that what it... Did that do that? Okay. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Now it's on my clipboard. Okay, cool. Thank you, Sergeant. Really appreciate that. How you been doing? How are the mods coming along? I was talking about you the other day. I was like... We had an Ani modder in here hanging out, sharing their thoughts and experiences. And I was like... Cool fucking person. Oh, there we go. Oh, cool. I really love this mod. This mod really makes me... This isn't one of yours, is it, Sergeant? I pasted it into into Discord. Not my, yeah, well, it's a good one. I still haven't checked out your rocket design one, your advanced rocketry one. Okay. I think just solid bricks here. Oh. Should be able to reach everything there. And you guys, we're going to stuff you up in a corner here. As for the house stuff going, spontaneously added mod tags to the mod profile manager mod. Oh wait, you do you do the mod manager? Because I have that. I'm using it and I like it. Barb told me about that one. Oh, that's awesome. Am I using the good one or am I using the bad one? The manager. Okay. I gotta look at that. Alright, we're building doors out of steel because everything down here more or less needs to be made out of steel for our eventual plans for what we're going to be doing. Mod updater does exactly one thing. I like that. Okay. Okay. This is where Nether brings out a notepad and tries to think smart about things. That's... God, I have too many things. Ani notes. We'll go in here. Sergeant's mods. Mod updater. Did you say advanced rocketry? Was your other like popular one? Try avoiding it if it's by ONY. Okay. Oh, wait. I screwed up already. This all needs to be mesh tile. We are going to go through a lot of steel for some stuff that seems very basic, but... But that's why we just made a whole bunch of steel. Well, not just that, but... And by the way, this is my first full playthrough where I'm actually doing a decent amount of ranching since they did the pickup drop-off split. I think I'm using this properly, but if I'm not, please feel free to, like, tell me to get my head out of my ass. These mods have a lot of subs, but they are horribly badly made, break other mods, unrelated areas of the game, and have a tendency to crash and break each update. with paywalled fixes. Interesting. And I say interesting with a ugh. That's lame. Alright, I'm going to copy these settings, paste these settings, then I'm going to disable this building and deconstruct it. Actually, just deconstruct it is fine. The dupe editor mod. That last part resulted in me making better alternative mods for a lot of them because I despise that. DGSM, the dupe editor mod. Horrible UX, bugs that have existed for years. Gotcha. I'm always like blown away by like the ins and outs of the whole modding world stuff. Like obviously I don't make mods, obviously, so sometimes I hate the way dupes work. Did you entomb? Oh my god, I hate all of you. I hate, not you guys, the goddamn dupes. You're all stuck, aren't you? No, you can get everywhere. Okay. I use killer, not paying attention to anything. There he is. Also, my most subbed mod now has established itself as the go-to dupe editor on the main Ani subreddit. Oh, awesome! Duplicate stat selector for that. It has like 3x the features now. Duplicate stat selector. I'm gonna try and check these out. Like, I've talked about the fact that I'm a very vanilla style player in general. But since we are messing with mods, I might as well mess with mods, right? So we're gonna tie all of them up first and then move them. Alright. I'm already annoyed. Everybody move the goddamn slicksters. Everybody. I know it's not an emergency, but like by the time he actually wrangles all of them, the other ones are going to be breaking loose. Let's just get all of them where they need to go, guys. Let's just get all of them where they need to go. Now, Green Thumbs is going to come and wrangle the other ones, right? I didn't realize how many wild slicksters we actually had. That's phenomenal. I've gotten really into the idea of preserving wild animals as much as possible in this game. You never know when you're accidentally going to screw up your domesticated ones. And it's always good to have meat that doesn't have to be tended to. You know? Okay, so he'll just keep wrangling them, and everybody else will keep dropping them off. Because I've got it set on an emergency. Of course, of course, of course. Did I break your pathing? I did. I did break your pathing. How about that? How about we just deconstruct this for convenience? Oh, you're building a thing that'll fix your pathing. Good job. Good job, dude. Sorry for the emergency build, the emergency signals, guys. I want this done, and I don't wanna wait for it. I know I'm a terrible person, right? We'll just leave that as an emergency. He'll gradually wrangle them, and as he wrangles them, other people will just pick them up and bring them up there. Wonderful. Lou and Barb are on the move. Hey Tom, what's going on? How you doing? What's the good word in your neck of the woods? How's your ice sheet playthrough going? Or are you on to the next thing? I know you go through playthroughs as quick as ideas pop into your head. What's on the menu for the rim this week? Okay, I think we have that sorted. Just in case there's some slicksters hiding in here. No, none of them are hiding in here. So, okay, on to the building. On to the building. We can get rid of these ladders. Printables. Wonderful, wonderful. Choose a blueprint. Oh, speaking of wild animals. Strength, husbandry, caregiver, radiation needs light to sleep. I have never taken a nyctophobic dupe before. I'm very tempted to take... Nothing much, Buttercup. I've been playing Minecraft, actually. I'm taking a break from RimWorld. It has nothing to do with me running out of ideas or boredom, just taking a break. Yeah, I mean, you said Minecraft had a new update. God, it was so fun hanging out with everybody last night, and I actually, like, went on the server and built something. It was just a cheesy little bridge in a spot that doesn't even matter, but it was nice to actually get back to placing some blocks. I do love me some creative building stuff. Not creative mode, but being creative and building things. Okay, I've been saying we need a good rancher for a while. Is a rancher that has supplying and tidying good? I mean, we already have someone who could go into medicine on the side, but who cares? Radiation eater, if we eventually do a shine bug ranch and they have to ranch shine bugs as well, then they'll get a little extra calories out of that. Nyctophobic requires light to sleep. Let me check one thing. I want to check something real quick. As far as lights are concerned, if we're on a 4 tall, how wide is the light? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It's 7 wide. So if we put them on the far, if we put them in a far bedroom and do something like that, will that, like if I were to put that light there, it would only illuminate this bed, right? So the other ones wouldn't have a problem with it, or is that wrong? Because I think... Because we're going to start getting into personal bedrooms, right? And if we get into personal bedrooms, we should have enough space to accommodate that. Because this is the first dupe that's come along in a while that has husbandry that's also not, like, critter averse or some odd thing. I mean, we could always just take the extra hatch. I mean, like I said, wild free meat is always a good thing in my world. I'd love for the, like, ideally, I'd love to find someone who's got husbandry and agriculture, so if they need to help, I'd like to not have nyctophobic or any other negative traits, but I feel like I'd be forcing myself to take her, but also at this point, I'm like, how long am I going to hold out, you know? Like, am I going to hold out forever? I don't know. Anybody have any thoughts on Lyra? This would be a situation where you could edit that with DSS. Yeah, I don't think I would edit dupes. Like, I like the idea of that, and I think if I was doing a themed run, like when Francis did his all narcoleptic run, and he basically was like, all right, I like this dupe, but they don't have narcoleptic, so let's add narcoleptic. I would do something like that with it. I don't think I would want to edit dupes. I think the randomness of the dupes for me is part of the game. You know, maybe having to take nyctophobic and deal with it. But do you know the answer to that, Sergeant? Like, with the light thing? Like I said, if I were to put a light here, would that bother the dupe in the bed next to it? It would not. Yes, it would. Okay, so we got two different answers. Bottom left bed tile is relevant. What if I just move a bed over? Like, let's say I take this bed and I stick it here. And then I take this light and I stick it here. Will that light affect any of these other beds? Bottom left, if the bottom left tile of any bed, so as long as this light isn't hitting the bottom left, okay. You know what, let's get a nyctophobic dupe then. Let's build one of these over in this corner. We'll put them on this level, because that's the level we can have. Actually, you know what? Just to make this even easier, we have extra space set up here, right? Let's just put them up here and restrict them from leaving the base at all. That way they don't have to get into suits and be super, super slow. And we'll just have them run in the gym forever and ever and ever. Well, not forever and ever, but I think that's... Yeah, let's do it. We need to have you on board. We're building the ranches that we're going to need somebody to work, so we need the dupe. That's why I'm considering it. Tidying and supplying means that they can be helpful in other regards as well. So, Lyra. And if anybody wants to name a dupe, this is the first dupe we've taken in a while, so we can actually give them a name. Does mean we got to get more food online sooner rather than later, so screw it. Lyra, welcome to the team. You... Before you even print, you're going to be allowed in here. Your priorities are going to be operating above all else. We'll get you your own schedule. How am I staggering this stuff? Oh, I went with a full stagger, huh? Doesn't really work, but I mean it works, but okay. I might have to start adjusting schedules a little bit more, but I guess for now you can overlap there. Sure. I'll mess with that more later. They are the combo I wanted. Nyctophobic and Rat Eater means you could set up a dead glow stick ceiling lamp and make them happy. We could totally try and give them like a, you know what? There we go. Let's move one of these shine nymphs in here. What's the minimum size on a bedroom? Yeah, that's why I'm looking for the minimum size on a bedroom, just so we can, 12 tiles. And if the dupe is just once without a light, it will wake up feared. Okay, so let's just cram them in here. It has to be a minimum of 12 tiles, right? So we got 12 tiles here. We'll put these doors on auto so the thing can't get in and out. Do that first, build those, and put that at top priority build. We'll put these at the next priority build. We'll put this at the top priority to do. And then as soon as that's built, we'll deal with that. Schedule-wise, they got a little bit of time before they go to sleep. Skill-wise, Lyra, let's get you a little bit of science to make it easier for you to learn. You'll get a hat when you actually get to your proper job. And we're just going to have to keep an eye on calories. Can add dupe centers, control the light. Okay. Well, here's the thing. We're eventually going to have private bedrooms for everybody. And the way I designed the private bedrooms, I stole it from Sudsy. The private bedrooms are going to be 6 tiles wide, right? So that's going to be a bedroom. In the middle of it, there's going to be a comfy bed, and then on either side of the comfy bed, there's going to be a statue, and then, you know, hanging or whatever decor on the top. So with that kind of space, if we put them in the back room of one of these floors, we should be able to give them light, no problem. We could give them a pet shine bug, or we could just stick a light bulb in there, and I'm totally okay with that. They're never going to leave this planet. Like, realistically, if I was going to have them go into outer space, I wouldn't want it, because then it'd be a problem with everybody else on the rocket ship. But they're going to be ranching slicksters for the rest of their life once all this stuff gets going. We'll get Green Thumbs to start this up, but as soon as they get a little bit of experience, we'll get Lyra helping them out. But we do have to make sure Lyra cannot go outside. You cannot go outside there. You cannot go outside there. I mean, I gotta be honest. Green Thumbs can go anywhere they want. Green Thumbs has got the juice, but Lyra has to stay in the base. I always make it so they can get in the door. I don't want to make it so they can't do anything, because that becomes problematic. We've almost got 2 tons of plastic. We're at 1.5 tons of plastic, so that's solid. All right, let me let them go and do their thing. I need her bed built and a few things adjusted. My boy. Yeah, Green Thumbs is putting in a lot of work, making sure everybody's fed. So, very happy about that. That's going to be Lyra. And we'll give you a pet bug. Actually, I'll move 2 in there, because that way, if one of them dies, whatever. Oh, you can't be reached. Why can't you be reached? Oh, you can be reached now. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. whatever. They'll get put in there eventually. Blueprint-wise... Okay, so we'll put... let's stick with our ladder our ladder slash fire pole convention, and let's put the fire pole on the left. So we'll put that there. We'll put that there. I'm not going to worry about putting mesh tiles or anything for decor, but we'll adjust our ladder system for this a little bit. Okay, yeah, so we're going to get all this built. We'll continue working on the other ones as well, but we're going to once we start getting these spun up, we're going to shift our focus back up here, and we're going to start cleaning this mess up. As insane as it sounds, we're just going to create a secondary steam chamber down here, and we're basically just going to take all the essential systems and kind of shift them down here. Then we're going to refurbish this area, fix this stuff up over here, and then start actually putting this back together. By the end of the day, I'd like to have all of the heavy watt wire swapped out for heavy watt conductive. I'd like to have this thing functioning and running, and the idea being that we'll start putting in a transformer box here that's gonna branch for the base. I think we can get like a good, what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this is going to be pretty much perfect. This is going to give us like 6 to 8 lines of conductive wire coming out of it. We're going to need somewhere between 2 and 4 lines going up to the Dreco ranches up here. A line going to the kitchen, a line going to other stuff. We want to make sure that our systems are spread out nicely, but yeah, using this as a distribution box area, I like the idea of. I still got to come up with exactly how I want to do stuff, so... Oh, crowded, okay, you know what? Fine, move that guy back out of there then. We'll just put one of them in there. That's right, it's 12 tiles per animal. So, yeah. Alright, let's work on the pole after we get these things built, guys. Now we're cooking with gravy. I know that's not the saying, but... Yeah, we're gonna have to do a lot of cracking back into places and fixing things, but in my mind it'll be worth it. Like, we're gonna have to kind of gut most of this out here just to get in and replace these wires and stuff, but better now than another time. And we'll do the little tricks we need to make sure we don't break the vacuum. Eventually we'll add in the cooling loop here. And while we're doing all this, we'll actually, since we're going to temporarily move some shit out of our way, we'll also make sure that we expand this out. We prepped to add the extra steam turbines up here. We prepped to expand the steam room, which we might actually want to expand a little bit more. I'm thinking about putting a sixth steam turbine in here. specifically for removing water, but I might just do like a priority-based automation thing and just do the 5. What I'd also like to do is I want to get, so basically this steam room, we're going to want to have 2 aqua tuners running our industrial cooling. Most of our stuff's going to be in a steam chamber, but if we're going to have 6 steam turbines and we're going to be cooling stuff up here using this loop, which at this point we're kind of just forced to, so I'm going to put 2 aqua tuners on that duty, and then we're going to put a third aqua tuner on the main base cooling. So that means we're going to go up to 3 aqua tuners in this steam chamber, along with 2 liquid buffers, because 2 of the aqua tuners are going to be on one line and one of them is going to be doing the base cooling. And then if we need to cool anything, because I'm still trying to make decisions on the petroleum, how we're going to be setting that up as far as like whether it's going to be directly in the steam room or in the room below. If the petroleum generators are below the steam room so they can just dump their CO2 in here, but we don't have to worry about mixing polluted O2, it's going to be a whole other system, but all in all, I'm not overly worried about any of it. One way or another it'll work. But if we need to cool the petroleum generators or any of the other stuff that we're not putting directly into our steam room, then we'll put those on the loop with the 2 aqua tuners. So basically we have our industrial cooling loop and our base cooling loop. And we'll move the aqua tuner for our base cooling loop as far to the right as we can so it's nice and close to the base and not running through everything else. Should allow us to clean up the pipes a bit. Okay. Okay, so what I'd like to do down here... Okay, so let's just double check. We've got 96, 96, 96. Excellent. Hi, Tom. So planning. Let's bring that back into view. What I'm going to do now is actually... We're going to remove planning manually as we accomplish it. So this planning is done. Right? But now it's time to... I'll leave that there for a second. I just wanted to click this. So now we're going to do that bit there. And I want to start getting these online. I'm going to disable this. I'm going to move a single slickster down to each ranch. That way we can keep as many wild ones as possible. Is that moving 12 slicksters? Really hope that's not moving all 12 slicksters. Screw it. We'll move the larva down there. If I click move there, will it move a single one? One slickster. Okay, it will move one slickster. Wonderful. Found my doggy in Minecraft. No! Those new dog looks are very cool. I like those a lot. The new the new styles they added in the new update. Set on buildings, so let's get rid of these unnecessary ladders. Those unnecessary ladders. Dude, the armadillo armor is super powerful. For example, I accidentally hit my dog in the boat with the armor on it, didn't even bring its tail down. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm stoked to get into doing some Minecraft again. Guys, next weekend, Saturday, we're going to be doing an event that I'm going to be streaming from the Netherland SMP. If anybody wants to join us, I will put the links to our Discord so you can come and join the server. You just got to thumbs up the rules and add your name to the whitelist. Me or one of the other admins will put you into the whitelist on the server. What we're going to be doing is decorating the metro tunnel that Squiddy and a few other people worked on, that dug from his area where he's got a few people living around him just outside of spawn all the way back to right at spawn, down at the bottom below the mountain where the castle is. And it's like it's going to be an all-day event. It's not just going to happen while I'm streaming. Squiddy and I are going to co-stream, so whenever he's on, we're going to be in chat together talking about stuff. If anybody else wants to jump into chat with us who doesn't mind being on stream with us, you're more than welcome to come in and do that. And yeah, basically we're going to be having some fun, just doing some decorating. Nothing super crazy or anything. Just gonna do some things. I swear, I'm like, move to commands, no matter what they are, never happen unless you put them on a 9. June 22nd. Is that the... Yes, June 22nd. Not the Saturday in a couple of days, but the Saturday next week, yes. That is correct. Or a week from this coming Saturday. I don't know. I don't know how many different ways I can say it. Probably a million different ways, but... so we'll block that in there. And we'll put that like that, I think. Fourth set. How many different ways can we come up with saying this? Sure, why not? That'll work. Build that to there. And I'm just building everything out of steel down here because, well, we made the steel. Why make the steel if you can't enjoy spending it? How did you wind up bringing him over there? Okay. Fair enough, Green Thumbs. Fair enough. I suppose I should probably put ladders like that so they can get around, right? Right, because you're already stuck there, right? No, you can get around. Okay, fair enough. Make the ladders a little bit higher priority because we don't want to get our duplicates stuck anywhere. Like, you're stuck, aren't you? Yeah, you're stuck. My fault. Never delete the ladders until you're completely done with the goddamn building. All right, there you go. So anyway, what I was saying before the dupe got stuck, we're gonna be doing an event on the 22nd, and we're just gonna all get together and basically graffiti the metro station. This is cool. I like this. This map is this is really fun for me. Delete ladders if you are done. It massively impacts late game performance. Yes, yes. That's what I'm trying to get in a good habit of doing that, but I always wind up accidentally deleting the ladders early, and then because I'm like, oh, I should get rid of the ladders that way, you know, no problems. But you know what? I think I want to put a mesh tile here and here. I always wind up accidentally deleting the ladders too early and then getting the dupes stuck. But yes, definitely delete them when you're done. Delete ladder. Hey, me, how you doing? Actually, I'm gonna cancel that because it's not RimWorld. I need them to build that before they build that. We're getting some things done today. Me, how you doing? We're designing our slickster ranches in down here around all of our oil wells so that we can, you know, have everything nice and crammed together in a tight little pocket, and you know. Yay, cheap viewers. You know what else is cheap? You. Yeah, I've gotten annoyed at those things. I've also tried to like be understanding. I talk about it sometimes, and you know, depending on mood, you could get frustrated with things like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's trying to figure out what they need to do to make ends meet. It's not a nice world out there, and I don't think it's an excuse for coming and spamming people. You know, all that type of stuff is really just never okay. But for now, I'm going to put those there. But, you know, I try not to... I try to remember that, like... We've all had to work the bad telemarketing job. We've all had to hustle and figure out where things are coming from. And you know, if it's not just a straight-up, like, bot like that, that's obviously there's not even a human there. That's just a robot posting stuff. If someone comes in and is trying to sell their artwork or like sell their web design or whatever it is, it says no soliciting in the rules on the channel. So if it seems like it's an actual person talking, trying to hustle, I'll be like, look, I respect the hustle. I understand what you're trying to do, but this is not allowed here. I'm going to delete your messages and give you a chance to be a human being and chill with us and enjoy you know, being here. If you're only here to sell, I totally understand, you know, and if you want to move along and go do your thing, go do your thing. But I do think it's pretty rude to do what you're doing. So, you know, take that with whatever grain of salt you want to take it with, and blah blah blah. I try to be chill like that. Sometimes though, sometimes it's hard because it's like I'm not sure exactly what I'm trying to say, but this was an unnecessary thing to put in here. Sergeant's here to sell their mods for free. Excellent. Like, I always, you know, I always talk about how, like, my main goal is, like, support and kindness and taking care of each other. And, you know, I know it's cheesy, but it's like, it does mean a lot to me. So, You know, we all get frustrated and angry and annoyed at the way things are sometimes, and I'm no exception. So, but I try. You know, I try to keep it about you know, the whole love and respect type thing. Okay, so we're gonna need a ladder system that comes down here. We banned someone the other day for mocking the bot. We obviously unbanned them, but it was so close to what we expect they got just sniped. Sometimes you gotta kick out the wolves to keep the sheep safe. All of those things. Yes, all of those things. I'm just a couple of hamsters in a tuxedo running on a wheel, pretending to be a human over here. How much plastic do we have? 2.7 tons? I think that's probably enough to shut down that plastic situation over there. Let's hide the planning tool again, because that's starting to come together. Are you stuck? You're stuck, aren't you? Nope, you're not stuck. You're just visually glitched. Okay, let's stop putting petroleum. Let's let that run its course. Empty that pipe out. We'll call that good on plastic for now. I'd like to get these other ranches built. Get incubators in over here. Actually got to put in the sweep. Let's put in the actual stuff, Nether. Let's put in all the actual stuff. So, sweeper, 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 sweeper. And then we need loaders, also built out of steel. Then, how do we want to send that up? Do we just want to come up? Do I want to try and hide it in tiles? How do I want to... Hang on. Let me flip those. What I'm going to do is... Damn it. Finger fudging the whole thing here. So let's put these like this. And... this can all just be made out of copper. Or we're going to go like this and like this. I don't think you have to do that, but I always find it works a little bit better for me when I do. We don't have to worry too much about the automation right off the bat, because... Excuse me. trying to say here? It's going to take a while before these ranches fill up. We could put more slicksters in here to speed the process along, but for now, I think that's good. Let's also put in the incubators, though. Everything's just got to be made out of steel. Do I still have this push and steel? I do. So we're not even going to spin these up. I just kind of wanted to get their shape in here. Like, we're not going to fully outfit these things. We're going to get this bit going. And then gradually start bringing these online as our population increases. I'm not even going to put that in there. Dupes can manually come down here and grab stuff for now. I don't know what causes that visual glitching. Maybe once we get a lot of these ladder systems removed, we'll have less of that, but I've noticed more and more of it happening, so... Just double check. Yeah, okay, that's right. Alright, I'm really enjoying this. This is good. This is really good. We are going to adjust our floor heights just a little bit. Like I said, that's why I'm bricking this in, because we're just going to kind of brick in from the bottom and then bring this down. This layer here will be insulated tile, and then we'll have our doors kind of come out on this side a bit. And I think that'll work. I tried to clip you saying you were a set of hamsters, but Twitch broke the clip. It didn't want the truth out. I think we can go back to the timestamp afterwards, right? And, like, do it post stream status. Let's get those bits built first. The other stuff can be built whenever. And thank you for doing that, Aya. Guys, anytime you guys clip something, I will download it and schedule it to be released as a short on the YouTube channel. So, you know, anytime you guys do that, I appreciate it. It helps me. It seems like, you know, clips are small, right? You know, anywhere from a few seconds to just, you know, about a minute, because I think a minute is the max time on the shorts, right? But the thing is a lot of the shorts get more views on the level of, like, if you've got a 1 minute clip and it gets viewed, you know, 600 times, that's actually quite a bit of watch time right there. Whereas if you put out a, you know, an hour-long video or a 20-minute long video or whatever it is, and it gets viewed a handful of times, it's that, like, I think you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm just running my mouth like a crazy person now. Every little bit counts is kind of what I'm getting to. So all of it helps, and I appreciate all of you guys for doing it. Oh, I already screwed up over here, right? 2, 3, yeah, so this is supposed... Actually, yeah, we're going to go to the door. I like this a lot. I don't like that some of our systems are temporary, but... Oh, good. I didn't screw up our infinite storage. Perfect. Now we delete those. We can delete these. We can mop up that water. We can delete that. Okay. How long till Jonathan comes online? 44 cycles, not bad. Emily coming in as I say it. Hi, Emily. How you doing? How's it going today? Welcome on into the madness. In classic Nether fashion, I'm gonna rip out some of the stuff I did last time and rebuild it, doing some other stuff. We actually did bring on another dupe, which I got to keep an eye on calories. We might have to do a few things. We've got a nyctophobic rancher that's in training now. Now you give me plastic. As such, we're going to stay away from the dupes for a bit here. So Lyra is up for grabs if anybody wants to rename them. I know Emily is probably waiting for a Nisbet. Hopefully we get a Nisbet. Nisbet's my favorite as well. Do you have a pawn? We have Algae Chewer, Barb, Green Thumbs, Julie, Killer, Lou, and Vermin Supreme. You do not, Tom. Would you like to redeem points to name Lyra? She looks like Princess Leia. She's got the Star Wars buns going on. Princess Leia? Alright. Done, done, done. Lyra. You are now a princess. How do we spell Leia? There we go. Princess Leia over here is going to be running on the wheel for quite some time. Why won't you move the Draco eggs? Why is it unreachable? I don't understand. Don't know what that changed, but sure, why not? Sparkly pixie dust noises. Love it. Stop micromanaging the ladder system, Nether. Come back to that later. Let's focus on more important things. We've got gob-stopping amounts of water up here. Okay, so we need to untie the knot that is our industrial area just a little bit and figure out how we're going to deal with it. Right? Now, I've got a thought. I've got, like, a legitimate thought here. So one of these is going to pump straight into our petroleum generators, right? So rather than having it go crazy places, why don't we try to plan on a permanent location, right? Let's say we put our petroleum generators here. We could literally just come straight across with this petroleum line right into our generators. So we could just make that kind of our temporary setup down here. We're going to have to do a lot of, like, moving around of some nonsense, but I think well worth it. How much petroleum is in here? A little bit. Jonathan is, I know I just checked this, 43 cycles away. Okay, so let's talk turkey with these guys. Let's say we make them out of steel for the sake of being absurd and obscene. That would put a 5th one here. It'd be a weird line to come into. We could put them down here, in theory. But I'd like to leave just a little bit of space because we're going to need to do some things. So let's say... They won't build these because they're not on anything. Otherwise, I would just be using the planning tool, right? If we did that there, then this ladder would go here. We wouldn't be able to put in a... We'd kind of like to enclose them, right? For that, like, power station thing to increase their efficiency. I don't even think we have that unlocked yet, but that exists. We're going to be running 5 for sure. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to, like, close this up indefinitely at one point, but for now we need access to it. Can't shove that any further to the left because of the neutronium. These could, in theory, go up here, but then we'd have to, like, you know, patchwork our way through even more. I think maybe we put them here. And then when we do get to the point where we're doing 5, we'll put, like... We'll put 2 there and 3 there, or vice versa. And then we can kind of make this a power room. Right now we're just running 2, right? So... Let's say, yeah, okay, so let's say that our petroleum power brick goes down here. We could even do that, and then in theory, if we wanted to run, like, a natural gas generator, we could put one of those in here as well, like there, and then still have room for, like, the power upgrade thingy. People are too worried about making progress in games like Minecraft, but they never stop to think about why they're grinding if they have nothing to go for. That's why I play slowly and create goals along the way and not beforehand, because it's less pressure. Exactly. I like to build. I grind to get things done so that I have the materials to build the things I want to build. Shameless self-promotion. I'm going to put up a link to my 2-year-long Nether Hub build project for my single-player world that's over on YouTube that I made into a time-lapse. That is a prime example of what I like to do as far as... building. I heard a poppy noise. Let's get that stuff deconstructed. I don't want them to take the larva eggs from up here. I only want them to take the ones from down here, but I don't know that that's gonna... But I do want to be able to get the meat. Hang on, I might have to throw a little quick temp system in here. Yeah, give me a hot second. What we're going to do is, now that we have those down there, we're not going to dip any further in. For now... I don't know why I made all that out of steel, but I did. But for now, we're going to put this here. And then we're going to put a... We're going to put one of these here, and we're going to put an unpowered refrigerator at super low priority here. Oh, we could power the refrigerator, actually. It's fine. We'll do that. Basically, I don't want these to not be wild, but we got to leave them in the big area, otherwise they're going to get crowded. I can't just cram them in a corner, right? But I don't want the dupes to come over here and grab these guys' eggs to put them in the incubators. I want the incubators, I want them to grab the eggs from these guys here. So what we're going to do is we're going to build this little system, then we're going to delete one of these ladders so they physically can't get over here, but then this thing will put any meat or eggshells over here. It'll put the meat into this refrigerator, the eggshells into here. We'll set this refrigerator at a super low priority, and that way they can come and just grab everything. The sweeper will just sweep everything out of here into this, and then the dupes can come and grab it for now. I'm trying to maintain wild animals as long as possible to help with our food. Not that it's absolutely necessary or anything. How much lime do we have? 1.1 tons. How much steel? Oh, I used all the steel. That was dumb of me. I used, like, literally all of the steel for... Right, because these are not supposed to be built yet, right? Okay. Yeah. Can't just make those things out of steel for no reason, right? My brain is jukebox music running through a weird AI filter. It's raining stuff. Hallelujah, it's raining stuff. To sweep. I've watched that video 10 times at least. I watch it anytime I need inspiration. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I actually do the same thing. There are a lot of times I feel like I'm like, man, do I even know what I'm doing? Like, what am I doing with my life with building stuff? Like, am I actually any good at this? And I'll wind up going Weird Al, not Weird AI, right? The spoof artist. Gotcha. I used to listen to a lot of Weird Al, actually. And sometimes I'll just go and watch my old videos and be like, oh shit, yeah, I do things, huh? So we're going to deconstruct this ladder. And if they deconstruct it from this side, I'm going to get annoyed. Alright, so that I can see both of them. There we go. It's a mean trick neuro spicy brains like to do. Stuff we can do ourselves never seems as impressive to us. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. barbs on top of that. Hang on a second. How old are you? You are age 36. You are age 16. You are age 6. And you are age 34. So... will that be able to be moved there? Oops. If it is, then they'll be able to grab it from there as well, right? They shouldn't be able to... maybe I'm just being insane. Yeah, I'm just being insane. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna copy settings, and I'm gonna go like this. These are gonna get set to a 9. Must be done immediately. The bad omen effect from Minecraft now is a bottle that can be transported instead of an effect you get from killing pillager cat. That's fantastic. That's an amazing quality of life update. I like that. Good job, Mojang, or Microsoft, or whoever does things. I think I actually have to brick that in there, and I also have to make these... Can you guys tell that I'm trying to avoid dealing with this? I mean, the stream is titled Ranching, so you're just focusing. Yeah, I am. You're right. The power grid is the secondary project, right? And then we also have a bunch of tertiary projects, like moving the thingy over here. Okay, so Barb is the one who's got to do all the building for the automation stuff. That's why that's taking forever. We've only got one person who can actually do that. So it's kind of cool, actually. So the way we built this, the fact that it locks in here and the fact that it's a solid wall on this side means that, like, we can literally turn this entire section into our steam room. And that sounds pretty cool to me. Like, the petroleum generators can then just off gas and drop carbon dioxide down here. The steam will rise up to the top. So literally, like, if we're gonna move this liquid lock from here probably to over here, and then all of this is just gonna be one big steam room with the carbon dioxide layered on the bottom. We'll try and work our way through the fact that we want this water to flash to steam instantly. I've got some ideas on that. Basically, I think I'm going to set up an ore-style automation where the steam turbines up here won't kick on until the room is either at 180 degrees or the pressure is above 20 kilos. basically. And then they'll kick on, and if the pressure's above 20 kilos, it'll also remove the water to drop it down below 20 kilos. We'll set up a filter gate, I think it is. That's the one with the timing. Yeah, we'll set up a filter gate so that it makes sure to remove, more than just like a few grams of water in the process of doing so. And I think that means the room should stay hot enough. If it's not hot enough to flash the water immediately, then we can set up a system later on where we'll replace the tiles. Well, we'll make sure that the tiles underneath the petroleum generators are metal. And we can do a system where we more or less just, Jesus, my brain hurts, run an aqua tuner underneath in its own little steam room to make sure that those tiles stay hot enough to flash the water instantly. And then dump the chill somewhere, probably into a liquid tepidizer setup. Which I'll have to play around with in debug, because I never quite got liquid tepidizers doing what I wanted them to do. I know there's all sorts of cheeky ways to manipulate them, and I don't know how many of them were like exploits that were patched out and whatnot, but how much crude is over here? Okay, we're gradually getting crude. But I'm liking the progress so far. I like that we're starting to actually take shape here, and we're not just slamming down random systems anymore. They're all kind of like somewhat permanent systems. I like that we're integrating stuff. This is 92. Okay, so we need to grab 4 tiles back, right? So we can just bonk out those, and we'll have 96. So that'll make that 96. This one is already 96, 96, and this one is 96. Perfect. And then this room's 100 tiles. So once we do the build, it'll be 96. Perfect. There we go. I mean, I guess in theory I could have dropped these down here. 2, 4, 5. Meh, whatever. This room may change later. Like, this is kind of like semi-permanent, semi-temporary. We need these to actually reserve eggs for the for the ranches. And I'm kind of just guessing here. I'm pretty sure it's only 2 unpowered incubators per ranch. It might even be, I think it's 2 per 5 slicksters. So if we have 8 in each ranch, 16, all right, so 8, 16, 32, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. So we would only need 7, and I have 8, so that's fine. We're going to do 8. And we're going to copy, paste, paste, and paste. So they won't drop any more down in there unless they're under 8 per ranch. Right now there's only 1 per ranch going anyway. Okay. Dirt is at 33 tons. That's fine. Calories, 4,000 barbecue, 50,000 pickled meal. Plenty of meal lice. Okay, so we're calorie positive. All right, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to take a quick halfway break here. And then we're going to start tackling this this refurbish project. Get our power sorted out a little nicer. It does mean we're going to be redoing a lot of the same work we did last time. And we're going to be creating a bunch of janky systems here. But we need to. End of sentence, period, end of sentence. So I'm going to go take a quick restroom break. Nightbot just posted up the Discord and YouTube if you guys want to come check that out, where I post all the VODs and all of the videos and stuff like that, and where we all hang out, have fun, share pictures of kitties and food and game talk. And I just put up Bobby's links. If you like the music from the channel, please go show him some love, because he did it for me and didn't charge me, so I always try to pay him back by promoting him. I'll see everybody in a few minutes, and we'll untangle this disgusting knot of garbage here and figure out what we're doing. See you in a sec.
Alright, everybody, I'm back. I've got more coffee, and I snagged just literally like 2-3 bites of food because I wanted to be able to go all the way to the end and not get totally tuckered out. So, I'm looking at our situation here, and I'm thinking about this, and I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna make like a separation, more or less. So basically, like, if they want to come to the ranches, they come down the pole, they come out these doors, and they go to the ranches over here. And if they want to go to the steam box, they come out up here, or maybe we put a secondary entrance here. So I want to think about where we want to split this, right? Do we want to split straight across here? Or do we want to split lower or higher? Do we want to split straight there? I'm not 100% sure. So let's think about what we need to put. And are we going to be... So, it also comes down to, like, do we need to do a full-on industrial sauna? Like, you know me, I love my industrial saunas, but do we have to do an industrial sauna, or do we just do a normal brick and put a cooling loop in there? Because I'm starting to feel like a normal brick might be the way to go. We use our aqua tuners to just cool an area here. The only problem with that is we want to keep our slicksters warm, so the idea of using warm stuff makes sense to me. That being said, we could just kind of run our cooling loop at a hotter temperature. Let's take a look at our slicksters, right? Because we already got a long hair in here, which I'm not excited about. They don't produce anything. They just eat oxygen and cause problems. So our slickster, they want 50 to 140. Anything below, and then these guys like 10 to 70. So we want to try and keep it at 80 or above. I'm always winning, Nauseam. How about yourself? I'm sorry, but I have to leave for my appointment. Of course, Laz. Good luck. And all the love and hugs. If you get the magma ones, you do get petroleum. I'm not worried either way. It's just a matter of, like, how... I don't mind having to process the crude, but getting the petroleum would be good, too. It's kind of just, like, one of those... How do I want to do my industrial brick? To do a full-on steamed sauna... We'd be talking about, like... We'd be talking about a lot of steel. And I already just burnt through a lot of steel putting this... Yeah, I guess we're going to go hot. We're going to do it. I know I'm going to do a sauna. I like saunas. The whole point of this playthrough is to do what I like, right? Eyes alive, that was my answer to coming out, so I'm glad to hear it. Sounds great. Fuck yeah. Cheers. Welcome on in. Guys, we got to shout out Nauseam. Nauseam, you gotta keep me in line on this bullshit. Nauseam also streams, so we're gonna give a quick shout out to Nauseam. Go check him out. What are you playing lately, Nauseam? I know you said you cracked through one of those puzzly type games real quick the other day. What's your current poison on your stream worlds? Okay. Now let's look at our temperature overlay. And let me think about what we got to keep going. How long is this guy going to be running for? What do you got? You got 70 cycles of him running, so it's going to be real hard. Okay. This is an order framing like a layman. Nice. This is really an order of operations type situation. We need this to kind of, like, the base could go a little while. We could take the cooling loop off the base. The base would be fine for a few dozen cycles without overheating our crops, reasonably speaking. That being said, if we stop running the cooling loop, this chamber is going to stop working, but I don't think that it matters. We have Well, I don't want our oxygen to get too cold. We see we've already boiled out the water that's in here because we haven't set this up to be a proper system. All right, so that's not going to vaporize in there. That's good. So we need the aqua tuner to keep running. And we need power to obviously keep running. We could always replace our petroleum generators with steel ones later. The reason I was thinking we might, even if we run this as a steam room, we can still split the rooms up. We could just use mesh tiles down here, and then all of this will be nice and hot and whatever. That way our dupes are going in and out specifically. So then I guess it depends on how we're going to split it up. We're not going to be refining a lot of water. We're not going to be processing a lot of water. We don't need to put in water sieves and desalinators because that stuff's going to get sorted other ways. This water sieve is going to become obsolete. We might have one working off of our bathrooms, but we'll deal with that later. I'm dying to get up the deep freeze, but this is the necessary prerequisites to get that going because I want to change the wiring in here along with over here. So, speaking of, I'll be right back. All right, sounds good, sounds good. So what we could do, basically we should really just maintain the cooling loop, right? Like the cooling loop kind of just needs to stay doing what it's doing while we manipulate everything else. So how are we going to accomplish that becomes the question. We have enough plastic now that we don't have to worry. We have enough steel. Well, we have enough steel. Not that we don't have to worry. I just blew a lot of it down here. Has this been delivered yet? Steel's been delivered. Steel's been delivered. Been delivered. Okay, cool. Liver cancer equals meth. Oof, sorry about that. I wish you good vibes. Meth. I don't know the correlation there, but let's just whatever you guys want to share and talk about, cool. But let's try not to make assumptions about each other. It's cool to ask questions if people are comfortable with it, but let's not. I've had some friends go through some horrible drug stuff, so I'm not accusing you of anything, Jim, but like, you know, if Nauseam wants to volunteer information about what caused problems, that's good, but let's not pressure people. That's it's not really what I like to do here. That's all right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. Okay. Cool. I'm just saying things. And I know everybody here is very chill, so I'm assuming everything is in good whatever, but just in case, I want to say I got to say the things that people don't say because I'm the guy hosting the community. You get the joke. Okay, good. Then you guys are sorted. Just ignore me. I'm just, like I said, hamster in a trench coat over here. Try to be funny about it. Gotcha. So, realistically, God, I don't want to do this. Like, I legitimately, like, I want this to be done, but I don't want to do it because I know it's going to be a bit of a nightmare, right? It is very much. I use it as well. All right, how long till Jonathan comes online? Jonathan is 42.3 cycles away. Okay. So in theory, I could just legitimately knock this out for now. get rid of these. That gets some of the space out of there. We don't need to be running... How are we in refined carbon? 0 kilos, which is why we're not making any more steel. So we do kind of want to queue some more of that up. We don't have to do it there. In fact, we don't have any there, so we could knock that down. We can knock these down. Let's start this way. Let's start deconstructing stuff that we don't need in here. And we're pretty good on lime, so we're going to deconstruct this. We're going to turn this off for now. That no longer needs to be there either. One of those wires is pushing stuff down there. We don't have a lot of water coming down here. Be mean about us not moving our lawn after we had to dig it all up for a sewage leak, and the ground was so uneven it literally broke our mower. I had my neighbor complain about the smell a week ago, and it was, I have no joke about this. The other thing is we could theoretically put a bunch of industrial machinery inside the Slickster ranches. I always forget about that. Like, we could legitimately put petroleum generators inside the Slickster ranches if we wanted to. I don't want to do that, though, I don't think. It just becomes a matter of, like, mixing fluids. Maybe another time. Maybe another time. Maybe another playthrough. Let's do the things we need to do. This one is going to cook me. This one is totally going to cook me. So do we just... God, this hurts. Cancer, pee-hose, and all that, but I do have an actual job. Okay, sounds good. Go do your thing. Go take care of yourself, Nauseum. Don't forsake the actual job to hang out with us crazies. So mostly I'm over here like this loop needs to stay looping, right? So let's say we do put in a temporary steam room. I think that's where we got to start. We got to start by putting in a temporary steam room, right? I think we can literally put in the planning is what's going to kill me on this. Okay. Because the liquid reservoir, we're gonna have to dig out the spot underneath the liquid reservoir, right? So can we temporarily move the liquid reservoir? It's the beard stroke part of the stream, guys. This is a complicated nonsense thing I'm gonna have to do, so I'm trying real hard to figure out how to do this in as few moves as possible. I think what we have to do is temporarily move the liquid reservoir. Right. So that's going to put it in a suboptimal location, and we'll have to move it back over there. But basically, I think this is going to have to come over to here, and this is going to have to come over to here. Again, suboptimal situation, but something we're going to have to deal with, right? Jesus, this might not even... Okay. Follow the loop, Nether. Thing goes out, it goes into base. So it doesn't matter where it goes out, and then where it comes in, over here, we could delete this, and then just bring this line down to the new one. So we could put this down near the temporary one. Okay. So let's say we put that there. This is the hard part of the day. That's why I started with the other bit. We put that there. We put this here. This guy comes down like that. And we're going to need a temporary aqua tuner. Obviously, like, down here, right? So I think we might actually just brick this in for the sake of this particular build, rather than trying to layer or vacuum things. So I think we're going to wind up putting a block here to get in. And we're not going to worry too much about a little bit of heat escaping, right? This is where the thinking cap has to go on. Always better to actually build your systems right the first time, or leave yourself room. This was kind of dumb of me. Okay, so if that is what we're gonna do, I guess if we want to brick this in rather than deal with nonsense of okay. So let's put that there. And then put this here. Make those high priority. They'll have to build those to get to it. Same thing. Then we brick this. Okay. We actually could have left that. Okay, okay. I got this. I got this. We could have left that. We're gonna leave that. We're basically gonna plug all of this temporary stuff into this system down here. And to avoid problems with having to do, like, put that there. And we're going to run a conductive wire in. So that's going to attach to that, but we're going to deconstruct that for just the second here. Get them to build that, then we'll get them to build the insulated tiles. They can't get in if I build that like that. Right. Okay. Okay, let's rethink. So we need them to be able to get down to that step. So we'll put a little blob of liquid there. Then we need 3 tiles for that thing. So they come over here, go down, and get down into there. Okay, that'll do. That can go there like that for now. Goes in there. the tiniest bit of petroleum, so we're going to move that over. Not yet. That needs to actually be built. It's going to wind up falling down here, so we're going to put a block there. And yeah, they'll be able to come this way. So basically, we're going to make a temporary spot here. We're going to stop processing all of our material here. We can leave this in place for now, so we can come back and process. And then we need to give access to 2 petroleum generators. So let's build 2 of these. Where can we build 2 of them, like right here? We could, couldn't we? I think the permanent ones are probably going to go down here, so let's build the temporary ones here and here. Let's make sure those things are not going over it. And literally we can just take a line down. We'll take a hot second to deal with this, but now let's move this petroleum over. Okay, I got the groove. I got the groove. And nope. I will come down this way, but we need a spot to collect the polluted water that's coming through. So we'll put these over here for now. And what we're going to need to do, we'll let that play. It's Photoshop. It's going good, Photoshop. We had the first half of the day we started putting together this ranch setup down here. Start getting the Slickster Ranch spun up. Now we're kind of like making up for some of my shortcomings earlier by not planning on heavy watt conductive wire. We're building a temporary setup down here to kind of so we can keep our cooling loop running while I do some adjustments to this industrial area here. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll work out. How are you? How's everything going? How's the artwork? Understand everything I said? Of course, of course. More or less, past Nether didn't plan well enough, so I'm trying to fix that. It's not as hard as it sounds, but it's also not a fun endeavor. If there was PvP, right? That would be weird. Like if you all had a planet and then it was a rush to see who could make missiles to shoot at the other planet or something. I'd be like, I see you versus Brave, GG Gamercat. I'm basically just kind of BSing my way into some repairs here. I need to replace these wires with heavier wires, and I kind of built myself into a corner, so we're trying to work around that. Zed 2 3-way match? Hell yeah. You know I love Zed. Zed's a good guy. I think they can reach all of this stuff to build it. Potentially a funny versus mod idea. Oh, yeah. Sergeant does mods. Star map control. would be an interesting thing. I would definitely watch some of that. Actually, let's cancel these bits. Well, no, that bit can stay. So yeah, so I'm basically just trying to figure out how to bypass some of these systems so that I could work on them. It's gonna take a hot second. We're basically trying. We're gonna shut down a lot of our production stuff in order to reconfigure some things. We can't have power go offline because we need it for like literally everything we're doing. So that's why I'm like, that's why I'm so like dodgy at the moment. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're gonna get a few things done. We got a good amount of steel to play with. We got a good amount of other stuff to play with. It's just a matter of we got plastic, we got steel, we got the things. It's just a matter of having the plan in place. You know what I mean? Like, we're not even going to actually move these. Like, we're not going to deconstruct these. It's just that when we're swapping the wires, they're not going to be able to dump power. So what it's going to come down to is these are going to be providing power to all of this stuff going this way. And then all the way down through here will... Ugh. Ugh, I don't want to think. I don't want to think. It'll be fine, Nether. It'll be fine. We're not actually working on the industrial area. We're just moving steps. We're moving steps. I don't think everybody plays Ani in chat Photoshop, but I think a lot of us do. Sergeant does mods for Ani. I'm pretty sure Aya is eventually going to break down and buy this and RimWorld. Nauseum, I think. Nauseum, do you play Ani? You don't play anymore? You just do the mods? At least in Spaced Out. Gotcha, gotcha. Base game is different enough that I was able to play it with Rhyme Chaos Crew. Only RimWorld is on my wish list currently. Poured like $130 into that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I kind of figured you'd wind up getting RimWorld Aya. You were talking about it last night. Like, you're like, yeah, I put it on my wish list. I'm like, it won't be on the wish list for long. Okay, so we can now break that stuff out. We're going to do a bit of pausing on this whole thing, right? All right, so let's talk turkey about how we're going to bring in our cooling loop, right? We can literally bring this down from here into the top of this. And then just come out and meet it over here, right? Now we need to get this guy on it. Oh, Jesus Christ. radiant copper across here. And that goes like that. This is going to go like that. That will eventually just connect and will deconstruct. This is going down. That's going up. Utilities, aqua tuner, out of steel. Make sure it's actually under the steam turbine. We'll put that there. Grab this, grab that. This will come down into that. Go down here. Overflow. Go like that. Thermosensor. Automation. Into there. Okay. Only poured like 130 hours in that and fixed like 4 minor bugs in my mods. That's awesome. Hell yeah. I love a good I love a good session where you like get stuff done. You know, like when you just put your head to the grindstone and you're like, all right, I'm getting this shit done. You know. Nose to the grindstone. Is that the old saying? Sorry, I'm not good with sayings. I always mix them. I like to mix metaphors too. I think one of my favorite things to say is like, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Now, those were minor bugs that happened to me while playing. Gotcha. This is gonna be weird. This is gonna be so fucking weird. Printable. Alright, let's see what non-dupe item we're gonna get. Speaking of dupes, we seem to be okay on calories. More dirt. That gives us a little bit more time. I like that. Yeah, we're not taking a dupe. Let's grab more dirt. Perfect. So with the printed dirt, we've basically, I think we've gone up. I think we started at 33 tons, we went down, we got some dirt, we went down, we got some more dirt, and we're back up to, we're at 33.1 tons. So that bought us the time we need to get over to our other food sources, namely barbecue from the Slicksters. Ooh, I might do that. All right, I'm sorry. I'm having like weird thoughts and ideas over here. Water into the steam chamber. How do I want to put water into the steam chamber? Don't get ahead of yourself, Nether. You got this. Just let them build the things you know that they have to build. I'm just going to put that there. We'll give, you know, just a few tiles for the temporary system to dump water into. We'll deal with cleaning it up later. Famous last words, right? I'll just deal with cleaning it up later. Yeah, so basically, we're just going to run our cooling loop, because we don't need... See how, like, these two are barely even on? So, the heat from a single aqua tuner to run the cooling loop we're running is way less than... Like, we can easily handle it with a single steam turbine down here just to delete heat. So we're going to do that to bypass the systems, and then... we'll have to, like I said, we'll have to do some very specific deconstructing, reconstructing to get this place sorted. Once these wires are all swapped out, we'll go up here and do the same. Put in the steam turbine up here, and then swap everything back, which should just be a matter of snipping and unsnipping and then deconstructing the temporary stuff again. Then we can be set for next time to work on other projects. What other projects? I don't know. I'd like to continue digging the rest of this map out. I'd like to get access. I mean, I don't know what we're doing with that volcano yet. So, more or less, I'd like to just get these Slickster ranches going and then next time focus on actually... I'd like to get the base dialed in next time. When we come back next week and play on Tuesday, what I'd like to do is get the rest of the... I'd like to get the bathrooms moved. I'd like to get the hatch ranch moved. I'd like to get in our finalized Great Hall and Nature Reserve set up, and our kitchen set up. I'd like to have the base be what I want it to be next week. And by the end of, like, another play session or so, we should have the volcano up and running. And so if we get all of this swapped over and prepared for the upgrades we're going to do, get this system running, we can really start getting to the point where we can focus on bringing the base around. And then once the base is solid, the petroleum boiler's running good, and we've got our ranches up and running solid, so we're not worried about running out of food because we're just going to be running barbecue. Then we can start talking about going to our second planet, getting into space. Being that it's a casual playthrough, that's how I want to approach it. Like, there have been playthroughs where I instantly go to the teleporters, right? There have been playthroughs where we're in space by 100 cycles. But this playthrough, I want to, like, make a happy home for these dupes and start getting stuff really going. We also have that Dreco ranch that I want to get going because I'd like to be mass-producing plastic. I don't want to rely on making plastic out of petroleum. I'd like to be making plastic by shearing glossy Drecos. And we have a whole hatch ranch, pip ranch type thing set up. Now, in order for the pip ranch to work, we do have to get to the second planet. So that's kind of like in the balance of things here because we need to get arbor trees and get those working. And that's going to be something we're going to grab from the radioactive asteroid planet because that planet is that planet's a forest start. So there's going to be pips, arbor, acorns, there's going to be aluminum. In theory, if we'd have gotten there quicker, like if our teleporters were more convenient, we could have gone over and just mined out some aluminum and actually made this petroleum boiler setup even smaller. But, you know, we did things the way we did things. I don't regret any of it. Although, I do regret not putting heavy watt conductive wire. Because I considered it, and I was like, no, we just don't have the resources to do it. We don't have the resources to do it. It's like, no, they're just make it out of lead. Like, and that's what hit me this morning. It's like, we have 205 tons of lead. This place is never going to melt lead. Lead melts at a low temperature, but it's higher than we're ever going to let the steam room get because these things, we don't want to be above 200 degrees because then we lose massive efficiency on our steam turbines and we create a lot of excess heat, cause problems. And I think lead melts at like 350 or 370, something like that. Like somewhere between mid 300s and low 400s. So we're not going to be melting lead. So we can just build all of this stuff out of heavy watt conductive wire made of lead, which we have tons of, which means we don't have to worry about processing copper or iron or any of that nonsense. And so I really should have done that from the get-go. And we're cleaning up that mistake is what we're doing for the rest of stream. Tomorrow we're going to be getting back on the Sea Ice RimWorld start. That is coming together quite nicely. We finally have a second colonist. She did wind up with a stab scar on her neck from when we had to fight that Scyther. I'm still not sure if it was the best call to go after the mech link early on. I think it's good, and I think we are going to have to get into mechs for Sea Ice because we can't take on nearly as many colonists. We're going to have to be living off of hydroponics basins. And we're not going to have the power to have like 8 bajillion colonists just for the shits and giggles of it all. We're going to have to continue to rely on a decent amount of meat, which as we get further along might actually get to be easier because when we start getting like larger tribal raids and stuff like that, we could chop everything up and keep them in a proper freezer for a long time. So we're going to probably be leaning on meat quite heavily on this playthrough and just be using the hydroponics to grow drugs for trade and mood, and enough rice to match the meat for meals made of both meat and veggies. It's going to be a whole thing, right? Can they reach this? They're waiting build. Okay. Now, what we have to do is also get the water in here. And I think the best way to do that at the moment would actually be to pull it from here. I think we let that build up a little bit, because we are going to need to... We're going to have to put that there. We're going to have to put this here. So if we just bring this down, and we use that to fill some water in, then I think that's good. Now, power-wise, we do need to run that conductive wire. So we're just going to do that. Like that. And this is not an optimal situation. We are going to be leaking heat out of here. Actually, I'd like to not be leaking heat out of there. I'd like to brick that in. Okay. 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 Let's put that there. Working that steam room is going to be a pain in the ass, but we got this. We got this. And I like... It's nothing that can't... It's nothing that's super difficult. It's just a matter of, like, working... It's like building a maze inside of a maze inside of a maze. We'll get there. It's just a matter of... How long will it take to do so? Because we need to bring this petroleum down here while we're working. I'm just looking for a good path here. So let's say we come down here, jump across there, and then jump across there. And then we want those on automation. And the battery we have set up for that is up here. And as crazy as it sounds, I think I'd rather run a long automation wire than... yeah. Because we're going to just delete a lot of this stuff we're building right now anyway. So, okay, we need them to build all of that. Oh, we need our pickup over here as well. I forgot about those. Those got to be a thing. Again, we're going to make this out of steel because it's all going to get very hot down here. I'm actually going to put that at a 6. And if this oil level gets too high, we're going to actually have to start pumping that into our infinite storage up here, because we do not want our lower level of slicksters drowning. But there's a lot of space for that, because it goes all the way across the bottom of the map. In theory, we could just wall that here. You know what I mean? Like, we could just put a wall here, and then this could all be something else. So maybe we'll do that at one point, because this will spill over this way, this will spill over this way. And all go along the bottom. But I'm not quite sure what we're doing with this section of the map yet, so we're just going to leave that up in the air. We'll fix this system today. Next week, we'll get the base properly sorted. And then from there, we can start looking at getting into space, getting onto our second planet, getting some space materials going. We'll eventually, once we get supercoolant and some niobium and thermium and tungsten and all that stuff, we'll start looking into making a sour gas boiler, which will generate even more power, which is another reason why we want to have heavy watt conductive, because if we're going to be doing that, we're going to want to have all the power. We're going to need the heavy watt conductive. I think it takes what, like 40 or 50 kilowatts. $50 kilowatts. So we're going to be generating 10 of that from this boiler system, plus the extra from this. So we're going to be somewhere around like 11 or 12 before we even get into using the extra 2 oil wells, or before we get into adding all sorts of other nonsense. Plus we've got all of the natural gas that's being generated, most of which is not going to be, like, we're not going to even remotely go through the amount of natural gas we have in our cooking setup. So we might wind up routing some of that for power if we need to. I don't know what we're going to need all this power for, but if we're going for cozy vibes, what I think we're going to wind up needing all this power for is badass recreation. We're going to set up jukeboxes and wind tunnels and tanning salons and all that. So I think that's the goal. We're going for making the colony badass. I'd like each planet, when we're done with this playthrough, to be absolutely decor bombed and have just obscene amounts of recreation for the dupes. The idea being, like, everything that we can have automated, we have automated. Anything we can do to make the dupes happy, we're making the dupes happy. And that's the goal across the board. Where is Lyra? Oh, she's chilling over at the, right there. Or not Lyra, this is now Princess Leia. And they're cool about, so they're literally getting calories when they sleep. Maybe not. They're rat eaters, so they're eating calories they're eating the radiation that the shine bug's giving off, and the shine bug, oh, it's cramped. Why are you cramped? Oh, because there's an egg in there. Ugh. I'm not dealing with it. Rat eaters bugged. Ah, wonderful. Well, whatever. It's not the main reason I doubt it. Like, rat eater to me is a very neutral skill of just like, well, whatever. It exists. That's fine. 50k cal per cycle. Okay, so not much. Okay. Whatever. Every little bit counts, right? Coffee, 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 coffee. I'm thinking what else we need to do. What else do we need to do to deal with this situation? We don't actually... We don't need to deconstruct this. We just need to bypass it, right? let's let this push some water into our steam chamber here. Might literally be enough right there. No, we need a little more. It gave much more in early iterations of the radiation system. Then that got updated to lose rads on peeing, and the trait never got adjusted. Oh, I gotcha, I gotcha. Yeah, I would imagine stuff like that is quite hard to balance. I do not envy devs. Like, everybody's got such strong opinions about the games they like. I'm gonna get a little bit more in there. We're gonna call that good. Okay, cool. What do we got? Perfect. Now I want to brick this in here for the sake of this system. Let me just make sure we got everything we need in there. Power's going into the aqua tuner. Pipe system looks like it works. Automation wire is there. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy the settings from this guy and paste them here. Now, in order to make sure I don't screw this up too hard, we're going to wind up with a piece of debris in here, but we're going to put that there temporarily. Then we're going to build the blocks here and here. Well, we're going to build the block there, deconstruct that, then build a block there. It'll leave a piece of debris in there, but my intent is to have this system ripped back out before the end of stream today. We might even go a little bit late today, because I want to get to a point where I'm more happy with this system. Once we fix the stuff that exists currently with the wiring system up here, we can also start working on expanding this out, getting a few other things in place, and in general just starting to get this place sorted out the way we want it to be sorted out. We can start putting in our systems for overflowing water from the steam room up here if we're going to be boiling water in here, which I think we're going to be doing. Again, not everything's going to be figured out. And once we start getting all that going, then we can try to, like I said, next week focus on the base a little bit more, getting this place more hospitable, getting the finalized system. Like, we're still running up. This was our old ladder system here, and we've been gradually trying to move our new ladder system up to this line, right? So it's going to be... It's going to be a lot of work to get this place exactly how I want it, but basically, once we make these adjustments here, we can really start just finishing out this side of the map. This side has its own stories that we got to deal with. I mean, let's just cancel all that over there. Like I said, I don't even know what we're going to do with this volcano yet. More or less, our base is going to be done once we have the base and this section set, and we got to add the Draco Ranch in. I like to use everything on the base, so theoretically what I'd like to do is get a dash of salt vine farm going using the chlorine gas vent, basically figure out how much they need each cycle, figuring out the average output of the chlorine gas vent, building it the right size, using pips to wild plant it so I don't have to give them any type of resources other than the chlorine they're eating. And that'll keep us, that'll mean we're using our chlorine for stuff. We could also use it to make some sort of decontamination room if we need to go that route, but I think the vast majority of our polluted water is just going to get boiled off or be turned into ceramic anyway by making it into clay first. I mean, we could theoretically just use this to power another steam room for additional power, but I don't think we're going to... I don't know. I don't know what route we're going to go. I don't know what route we're going to go. But what I am saying is we'll be fully switched over to barbecue once this is on and the magma's buffered up and the rest of these ranches are fully spun up. We'll be fully transitioned over to barbecue on this planet. And once we're not worried about food and we're just straight up eating barbecue all day, every day, I'm going to be pretty happy. And then we're basically just going to have our dupes refining and refining and refining. We'll have them... basically, we're going to have them ranching nonstop for barbecue, plastic, and reed fiber, and we're going to be using all of that to help make decor and then loading up rockets and sending those over to other planets to colonize them. And once we've got this planet sorted, it's going to be easier to sort the next few planets. We'll have a better idea how we want to tackle them, because we'll be putting similar systems in place, obviously using whatever we have available to us. So we'll have to make adjustments depending on what resources are available at the time. Okay, so they did that. So let's put that brick... actually, we're going to have to... let me mop that before we put that brick in. That got mopped. I don't know why I'm setting it to a 9. There's no other building queued up anyway. That's the first thing the builder is going to come and do. So what we'll have to do is, once we get this the way we want it, we'll have to get this thing out of the line, get this thing out of... basically, we're going to have to patch around all the things we already have. We're going to have to dump the liquid that's in this tank into the tank that's down here. Then swap those lines a little bit. Deconstruct the tank. Well, we don't actually need... well, yeah, we do. It's going to be in the way. It's going to get in the way. Alright, so that block is made. Let's deconstruct this guy. And then for safety, we're going to do that. I've had steam leak through these corners before on builds. So, not in this exact setup, but I try to put my corners in Ani. In games like RimWorld, I generally don't put corners in, just because... until I'm at the point where I'm like, well, screw it, it just looks better. But as far as functionality is concerned... When are you erupting? Eruption. We're going to wait till this eruption is over. Once that eruption is over, then we'll swap this over real quick, because this thing is going to have to... shit. And let's hook this back up. Keep the oil flowing. Okay, so that's built. And that thing's erupting. Okay. Yeah, it's been a great week, guys. Been a really great week. Great couple of weeks, actually. Been having a lot of fun doing this world, the RimWorld challenge. Now that I kind of took Mist off my plate on Saturdays, I actually feel a lot like more psychologically healthy. That game was kind of kicking my ass, my brain ass. Emitting steam. Overpressured, yeah. So we gotta... Once we get this little thermal injector set up going where this is actually cold and keeping this the tank, the bit of water down here at 95 degrees, I think this guy will be fine. We won't get any more overpressuring problems. If we do, we can still break in because this is still a vacuum and you know, make adjustments as necessary. But I think it'll work. It's just a matter of actually cooling this, because when this was below, when we had water here, this thing wasn't overpressuring because the water was absorbing a lot of the temperature as it came out. So we've got the temp shift plates. If we can just keep that water at 95, then when this thing is emitting steam, it'll just instantly get converted. So I think we'll be okay once that's in place. Again, I regret that this is going to have to stay in here because it really doesn't need to now that we have this set up, but hey. What a nice, comfy desk lens. Hey, Flower, how you doing? We'll do a quick shout-out for They Flower over here, because Flower also streams Ani and other games. What are you up to today, Flower? I'm going back and fixing things. I put in the Draco ranches, or not the Draco, the Slickster ranches, and we're getting the Slickster ranches started down here. But meanwhile, I'm going back and fixing the fact that I used heavy watt wire instead of heavy watt conductive. Because I was like, we don't need heavy watt conductive, and I'm over here like, we're going to be producing substantially more than 10 kilowatts of power, so it's a waste if we're not using heavy watt conductive. But it does mean we have to create a little like temporary steam room down here and then deconstruct a few things and move a few things around. We're just waiting for this guy to be done off gassing, waiting for it to go dormant for a couple of cycles. Or not dormant, go idle for a couple of cycles. Today I'm still recovering from the teeth removal. Oh man. Why does the boy say that about me? Say what? My Final Fantasy Tactics streams are titled Blame Yourself. Yeah, there's nobody else to blame. So the reason I'm waiting for this is because in order for... Actually, no. No. Hold on. We can do a little hot swap here. Basically, we just... We snip the output there. And send that there instead of there. And that should... Yeah, and that should... Once this gets empty, then we can just reconnect that and get this thing out of our lives. Temporarily, of course. I know how to play this game. How about that? Blame yourself or God. Sure. I mean, I don't believe in gods, but I don't begrudge anybody their belief system. Oh, it's a Final Fantasy Tactics. Gotcha. Oh, this pipe... Okay, so yeah, the pipe has to empty out for this thing to actually start emptying. I don't want this stuff to boil in here. We'll let it get a little hot. We'll let it warm up a little bit, but not... I don't want to cause problems. Because the base should be fine for a while. We're at a good temperature in the base. Speed this along a little bit. I'm always nervous going fast in this and in RimWorld. I can't wait for this cooling loop to be separated out and made into more, like, reasonable situation. Let's go check the printable. Barbecue, 100%. Not even looking at anybody else. Don't care. I wish I was good at Final Fantasy Tactics. That's one of those games I always thought was amazing, but was always terrible at. Start letting this come through on this end as well. Just to see if this actually starts working. The nerves of like bypassing systems and like changing priorities and stuff like that. This pipe is gonna crack when water hits it. The things we do. We'll have to break in there, but it's okay. It is what it is. Okay. So now if we snip that, go like that, and then deconstruct this liquid reservoir. Actually, do we even need to deconstruct it? It should just go right over that, we probably can't... Oh, no. Because, yeah, we do need to deconstruct it, because once we remove the tile below it, it'll make it not doable. Right. And I need that space to build something. And then we bypass this entirely. Having the snip tool in there, like I remember watching Francis's videos and being like, man, that's a cool mod. And like I remember like him talking about like I wish this was part of vanilla, and then when I started playing it was already part of the base game. And I don't know how people dealt with things before it existed. I mean, I watched Francis struggle through dealing with it, but for me, it's like, man, that is such an essential tool to every building thing I've ever done, so... Okay, I think we've successfully bypassed the loops. Oh. One thing I forgot to do, we need to do that. So now the steam turbine can actually... Not enough steam. Generator idle. Okay. Okay, so that should be what we need it to be. Let me just eyeball it for a minute before we actually start doing this. We're basically doing open heart surgery on our base at the moment. If anything goes wrong, we're totally effed, right? So we're making sure the cooling loop is right. Once we're done making sure the cooling loop is right, then we're going to send the petroleum down to the other guys. In fact, we could split this now, so it's going to both. Actually, yeah, we can just do that. Liquid pipes. Okay, those are doing their thing. Right. Loop looks like it's working. Okay. Alright, I'm confident in that. Okay, that was the hard part, I think. I think that was the hard part. So now, technically, this is all offline, so we're going to deconstruct this bit. Actually, we're going to deconstruct all of that bit. Okay, so the plan. We deconstruct these wires. We're going to put a tile down right here, mop that up, move it over here, and then we'll empty it eventually. Now that once we have access to this, we're going to break out this whole little section in here. Not this plate, because we don't want the steam to get in here. And we're going to brick around in here. Basically, we're going to delete everything that's not... We gotta strategically place blocks and then break in from each side. Right? Like, we gotta make sure not to break the vacuum. It's gonna be a thing. How is it gonna work? I don't know. I'm hoping we don't actually have to pull any vacuum out shenanigans. I think I can kind of build around it, but, you know, not 100% sure. Trying to picture how this is gonna work in my head. I think you can get in using the liquid sitting on the turbines. We gotta think about how we're gonna do this. I need to replace all 3 of these joint plates without breaking the vacuum here or here, and not letting this steam out or any of this gas in. And I don't know how to do that, honestly. Like, this is vacuum and this is vacuum. So if these two chambers interlock, that's fine. But then how do I... I mean, we can deconstruct and rebuild any of the stuff in here we need to, but how am I... What's the order of operations here? We might end up having to re-vacuum this out. I can't think of a way to build my way around this. No matter which way I do it, I think one of the gases winds up getting in there. Break the top tile, top right of the upper heavy watt joint plate. This tile here? So this tile. What does that get us? How does that get us there? This isn't the part I'm worried about, Flower, because this is vacuum and this is vacuum. What I'm worried about is how I replace this and this without letting the steam go everywhere. And what I might have to do is just concede the fact that I might have to delete this thermo aqua tuner, brick here, and then let this one tile of steam come out and then mop it up, essentially. And then go in and replace it. If you just flood it with a bit of petroleum, it should hold back the steam and then just mop up the petrol. Ooh. I see what you're saying. So get some petroleum right in here. When I break that, the petroleum won't allow the steam to come out. Then I rebuild that. I might have some petroleum on both sides and mop it back up. Right? Is that what we're getting? That's where we're going with this? I think that will work, right? I mean, honestly, worst case scenario, some of the steam gets in, gets turned into water, and we go through a whole raining mopping cycle, and it'll be a mess, but yeah, I think you're right on that one. So I think my initial plan stands. I think I build a tile here, then I let this petroleum drop down, like we deconstruct some of this stuff, let that drop down, then we come in from then we break this out, replace it with the heavy watt conductive, Build this back in. Then it's a matter of how to get rid of this one. I think if we can get these two replaced... Let the petroleum come in here, break that tile. Once there's petroleum right there... Actually, I could even just bring some petroleum in here and drop it here, too. And just let it flood the bottom of the steam room so it floods from both sides. That way, nothing will come through. Once these two are gone, we tile there, break that out from this side, tile there, replace this tile... or... No. No. Tile there. Break this, tile these in down to here. Come back in from this side, break that out, build that. Okay, I think I got it. So, let's find a little blob of... Let's find some petroleum somewhere. You, sir, how much petroleum are you? 299 grams. I want a little bit more than that, but not... There's like a big ol' friggin' honkin' bucket of it somewhere, and I don't want a huge bucket, but 54 kilos? 54 kilos. You know what? I think I'll take that. I think I'll move that there. And we'll tile there. Did you seriously just stop mid... Ugh. Dupes. Yeah, it's just sitting right there. Oh, God. Why is it unreachable? Why can't you guys leave your rooms? No power. Because of that. There we go. Okay. Minor hiccup. We're back online. I'm sorry, dupes. Okay, so now we want to deconstruct that and that, and we're going to want to put a ladder segment probably right there. I remember seeing in some of Francis's old videos that this used to actually be one of the ways you'd do steam rooms. The bottom layer would be a layer of petroleum, and then the steam would be on the top layer, so you had, like, it would transfer a little bit easier. Okay. This is going to be a very micro-intensive next hour or two, guys. So strap in, have a good time, ask questions, tell jokes, whatever you guys want to do. I'm here for it. But we're just going to hope that we don't fuck everything up by doing this, right? Also, okay, so we've got petroleum in both locations, right? So now I deconstruct this block. And this is the nervous part. This is where everything could go wrong. But we've got petroleum on both sides, so the steam shouldn't leak in. It would surprise me a lot if it did. I'm gonna delete all of that stuff as well. Hey, Barb. You came in time for the really stressful part. How you doing? Welcome back home. You got strawberries with condensed milk. Oh, it sounds amazing. Can I have some? Okay, so that worked out. Not home yet? Okay. Now, hydrate, posture check, and stretch. Thank you so much. Snap, crackle, pop on the old spine. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, we got some water here. Okay, I'll drink some lemonade just for some flavor infusion. Oh, it's... When I say the stressful part, we're chilling. We got a lot of work done. The first half of stream was getting this all built. So the Slickster ranches are starting to come online. We got 4 of them with 1 or 2 Slicksters in them, and we got eggs going into the incubators that are not powered just to reserve them. Looks like while we were doing other stuff, the actual like shipping rails and everything got made. And we'll bring these online after these start going, but I don't know, you probably remember, I was like, screw it, we don't need to use heavy watt conductive, we'll just use heavy watt. Fuck me, I'm an idiot. Well, not an idiot, I just, I should have known better. That's not how that works. Okay. Let's let Lou do their thing. Okay, now in order to get this one removed and replaced, I think now what I have to do is put a brick here. Then break this out from the bottom and build a few tiles here. Then come back around, deconstruct this block again. Yeah, I don't think I was here for that, but Oof, that's... Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, you know? So I'm going to build a tile here. Like, and that's the thing about, like, you know, everybody's different version of casual, right? Like, if I was doing some sort of challenge playthrough with the expected result of getting to somewhere in a certain amount of time or whatever, I wouldn't worry. I'd be like, fuck it, it's fine. But, like, for me, I like to have these systems work that way, so I'm over here like, okay, well, what do I want done? And what I want done is to have this be all conductive wire. So, yeah, it might be, like, a little bit of a headache to do this. We had to make some temporary systems that now need to be, like, you know, rebuilt and stuff, but, I mean, this is what I like to do, so this is what I'm gonna do. That needs to be there. Weird way to go to get there, but okay. Right. Let's just bring the stuff over and then not build it. Fair enough, guys. Fair enough. Did he seriously, like, pick up enough for, like, 3 or 4 things and is going to deliver to those 3 or 4 things before building the thing he was right next to? I think he is. I think that's exactly what happened, isn't it, Killer? No, so you're going to deconstruct, then go back around. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Whatever you want to do, buddy. But how is this? This is working. This is working. Is our liquid coming out at reasonable temperature? Liquid's coming out at reasonable temperature. Is our steam being dealt with? Steam's being dealt with. Okay. As long as our base doesn't overheat and our power doesn't shut off, we'll be fine. So let's speed this up a little bit. Yeah, it's hot in there, bud. Alright, so we're still vacuum up here. We got steam layered on petroleum here. And if we want to replace this, we break this out and then build down and then build it from the other side. Yes. Shit, 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 shit. Ah, that did something I didn't anticipate. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. We will deal with that in short. Gonna have to deconstruct that guy temporarily. Yeah, we're most likely going to be going a little bit late today, guys. I want to finish this project so that when we come back next week, we can actually, like, be done with this nonsense, right? Okay. So let's now deconstruct this. it's hot. I'm sorry, killer. I'm very sorry. And then we want a heavy watt conductive joint plate made out of lead. Barb's coming to do that. All right, so now our steam room is no longer a problem. So somebody can mop all that up. We need to come over here, though, and we need to deconstruct that, and that. Then that can get put there. Heavy watt conductive wire in those locations, and then in that location. Alright, this is a lot easier than I thought it would be, quite honestly. I was a little concerned that everything was just going to be totally fucked, so... Okay. Power overlay... I'm going to leave that ladder segment in there, and we're going to build that. Actually, no, hang on. Now we have to mop this here. Otherwise, that's just going to transfer temperature, which is the whole point of this place being vacuumed out. Okay. Vacuum, vacuum, all vacuum, no debris. No liquids. So now we can put this guy into place there. Okay. And I think that was our biggest issue. All right, guys, I'm going to take another real quick restroom break. This was the hardest bit of the whole thing. Now we can more or less just replace the wires. It'll be awkward, but it'll be fine. But I have to pee so bad right now. So I'm going to put up Bobby's links if you like the music. I'll come back. We'll finish swapping out all this wire. We'll swap out the wire in the in this location up here. And before we finish today, we'll get this new thing that we just installed deleted because we don't need it anymore. And then we might leave these down here. I'm not sure. Nah, whatever. We got some cleanup we got to do, but we'll finish. We'll get the wire rebuilt here. We'll get some cleanup done, and we'll get this finished. And that's how late we'll go today. But I am going to run and pee real quick. I'll see you all in a second. And I'm back real quick. Like I said, just had to manage the liquid in equals liquid out paradigm. You know what? We can empty that. That basically puts most of the petroleum back that we had let go. We'll deconstruct that. God, I legitimately need to find a place to just have like a little bit of petroleum tank, like literally like a 2x2 petroleum tank, but it's just not on the like main agenda at the moment. Okay, so now that that's deconstructed, we can build this back in. Did you end up needing to pause the petrol boiler? Yes. Yeah, we didn't quite have enough heat to keep it going. There was only enough magma in here to get a little bit of debris. So, Lionel, how you doing? Welcome on back. But yeah, we've only got we didn't get full like chunks here, so we're not at proper capacity. But Jonathan here will be back online in 35 cycles. Julie took priority on that system, huh? Can I move you and get somebody else to do it? Because you are going to take an eternity, and I don't want to deal with that. Killer, perfect. Killer's the builder. Hydrate, excellent. Thank you so much. Cheers. Welcome home, Killer and Laz. How you doing? All right, we'll check that printable in just a hot second. We can start routing this back through here. And that doesn't quite have power to it yet. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably going to end up going a little late tonight. I'm cleaning up some messes here. In fact, I've really made quite the mess of things over here. Let me temporarily deconstruct these, because we're going to have to get in here and mop. And since we're going to have to mop anyway, I might as well just deconstruct this bit here. Not going to be able to mop there either, so... You're overheated? I am so sorry. I know that feeling. My dupes know that feeling too, apparently. That there. Now, all of this is going to be a pain in the ass. And shit is going to go wrong for a little bit of this, right? What parts of this can I do before it causes problems? I don't know. about 20 minutes to do her MRI. Is she, did she get the results she wanted? Is everything all right? I mean, you don't have to answer if it's, you know, too personal or whatever, but... Gonna get any of these wires built? Unreachable Y. Where is Lou? Oh, they're sleeping. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so that doesn't seem to be causing any problems at the moment, so I think we just gotta, like, go ham on this, like... We put that there so the petroleum doesn't stop flowing. No. Right, right. Now we do this guy. Heavy watt conductive joint plate. Put that there. Come on. Please. The joint plate. There we go. Okay, so seems like you can get away with doing heavy watt conductive wire on the same line as heavy watt wire because they're touching and nothing is overloading or giving me awkward messages. Probably because we're not producing enough power to overload the heavy watt. That's good to know. It makes it easier to swap things out when things are awkward like that. Then we're going to put these up here as well. Polluted water, that's fine, so then these can go back there, and this guy can go back there? Yeah. Come on, guys. Let's get all of this built. Base is still green. Fantastic. That is a long time to build that. Okay. Now, that's unreachable. Of course it is. Of course it is. So then how do we get up to there? Without causing problems. I don't think we can. Can we get up there? How about this? If we deconstruct that, can we put that there and have them reach? I think they might be able to reach if they do that. Unreachable. This is supplying power to these things down here. Okay. So we can temporarily deconstruct this guy. And then we put this guy back in here. Right? Come on, guys. Okay. So I think I've more or less okay, so all of that is replaced. All of it's on the same deal. That system is back in place over there. So in theory, we can snip that line and reconnect that. Right? And now these petroleum generators should turn on and start dumping power to that main line. We can let these burn off that stuff. We'll have polluted water that we'll have to deal with down here, but that was always going to be the case. Okay, so now I think we reconnect this. that thing's doing the thing. And we want this guy to fill back up and this guy to empty out. So we don't want that one. So how do we do that? We snip this and put this back into here, I think. And that might be a little awkward. Oh God, I hope this doesn't break anything. We snip that is what we do. Right? So now the water should be emptying out of here. It'll empty out faster once these blobs... Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. Right, so that's going to empty out. So while that's emptying out, we can start deleting these... That's a blob of petroleum. So that's where we need our plumber to come in and fix that problem. This can now be deleted. You're doing the plumber thing on that, then we can reconnect that. That'll start putting water going back to where we need it. Okay, so now polluted water is going back into the sieve. The sieve is filtering it, sending it back down to our crude, to our thing to make more crude. Crude is not a problem at the moment. Slickster ranches seem to be working. 3, 1, 1, 1, and we're up to 5 eggs in the tanks. That's good. Okay, you got to go, Nethercloud. Okay. Thank you, Photoshop, and I appreciate everybody putting up with my my insanity over here. This is definitely some tedious, crazy nonsense I'm trying to do. So I appreciate everybody letting me indulge. We're gonna speed this up a little bit just so I can get this thing empty. Because once this is empty, then this thing can finish deleting the heat that's in here. We can break into the steam room, take all this stuff apart, and get this thing working a little bit better. And then once we're back to where we were, but with the heavy watt conductive, then we can go up and mess with the stuff up near the thermoregulator. And then we should be reasonably well set to come back next week and actually get done do a distribution box for the base and start getting a proper kitchen setup going, as well as a few other things. Okay, so now that that is sorted, now we reconnect this. Let that flow. I don't even have enough RAM to process all these. Yeah, I'm like E equals MC meme looking at all these stuff. Yeah, this is like... This stuff almost becomes like an engineering project after a while. It's like, what am I even doing with my life? Like, why
why am I doing this? You know what I mean? Like, but, you know, I enjoy it, so I'm doing it. That's kind of all I can think of here. So we're going to delete these here. Just going to kind of chase this thing along. Now all of that is gone. Then these systems can get broken. Green Thumbs is down ranching the adorable floofy carpets. Petroleum is getting processed. All of that is good. These can get deleted now. They don't need to be there. Hope you don't open another dimension. So the plot of the game is that we did, and that's why there's planetoid. We died, and that's why there's planetoid clusters. Did we die? Death is only the beginning, of course. Now we can put steel back on forever. This thing can go into, let's say, another 10 batches of this. Thank you for the cheer, Killer. I really appreciate that. You know, we always talk about the fact that monetary support's always appreciated but never required here. This is pretty much all I do because it's all I do. So any support is appreciated. I'm working real hard to be making content creation my career. We all got to do what we got to do to get by, but with the help of all you guys, I've been able to make quite a lot of progress towards that goal. Fennec! How you doing? Hi. What's good? What's going on in your world? How are you? Is there petroleum in these? There is. They should suck that up as soon as that automation wire is gone, though. This thing doesn't need to be here anymore. Neither does that stuff. Well, I'm definitely not mass-producing more oxidized copper. No, of course not. No, who would ever expect that? Let's deconstruct these. That can get deconstructed. So can all of that, and all of that. This thing can go. How am I going to deal with that polluted water there, you might ask? I am probably just going to put a pitcher pump there and tell them to drop it in here, which is a bad idea. Absolutely bad idea. Did that one time and it screwed other things up. This is not on currently, right? Please get those bills. Now this is not going to completely get rid of the steam. So we might have to do some trickery to not like get steam all up in our business here. But the steam turbine itself can go. That stuff can go. That can go. Yeah, I had a lot of fun hanging out with everybody on the server last night. It was a good time. Is there a reason? Oh, Barb is sleeping. That's why the wire's not getting built. Okay, fair enough. Very fair enough. It's got bottles of petroleum sitting in the steam room. That seems to be working. This seems to be kicking on. That seems to be doing its job. Cooling loop seems to be in place.
Ziz, yeah, absolutely. Four stacks of copper blocks right now. That's fantastic, Fennec. That's awesome. Do you have a drown-based copper farm going, or are you just going and mining it all manually? How do I don't want to deal with this polluted water. Do I want to deal with this polluted water? You know what? Let's this seems to be back online with the wire in place. There's no more heavy watt, right? It's all heavy watt conductive over here. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Then let's start noodling with this area up here. First and foremost, I'd like to move this wire. For now, we can move it there. We're going to have to do the similar building thing as over here, right? So, we're going to delete that stuff. The wire goes. This thing stays in place. Same thing here. Wire goes. Wire. Put that there. Drown drop copper bars. You make a drown farm and filter the bars. I'm half sure there's already a drown farm on the server. Yeah. Shit, I'm trying to think of the guy. There's a super simple one you can build in the end that uses sweeping edge and an armor stand. ENX04. Yes, absolutely. Look up ENX04's copper farm. You'll be able to build it in like a half hour, Fen. It's super easy. You just gotta... I think it just requires some spawn proofing. And, you know, some creative angles. There's going to be a little bit of conductive wire in there that's not going to get used for what I need it to be used for, but it's fine. Alright, so now we have to play the same game to rip apart this section. And then we can actually connect the two. Alright? This wire going into the base here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move a few things. We're going to put that there. We're going to wind up bringing this across here. I think we can actually build straight through that thing, which is awkward, but it is what it is, right? And for now, we're going to run this over to the base, because what we're going to do, like I said earlier, is we're going to turn this into our distribution box for our base, for power. So that can go like that. I've been listening to Bossa Nova the whole day. I feel so zen. That's awesome. I don't know if I've ever gotten into Bossa Nova music. It's not really a nether type jam. Okay, now we got to do the same thing, but I want to put this over here, right? So what we have to do... We're going to need that there, and we're going to have to build like that. that like that, just for the hell of it. And then the tile, we're going to have to do the same thing. We're going to have to do that in order to put that tile back in and not cause problems. What are you deconstructing? Conductive wire bridge. Proper. I'm going to spoil you with Bossa Nova when I get home. Aw. Barb has a beautiful singing voice, everybody. If you're ever in chat with Barb, get her to sing you a song. It'll soothe the soul. I am so stoked right now. Okay, so let me. This makes me so happy. Honestly, like my brain would not have been able to accept heavy watt wire here. It's like it's just halfway to what I want to do. You know what I mean? Like let's not play with half measures as we go here. It's all built in. That's vacuum. This can get deconstructed. Running around, riding on cars. Calories. Alright, we're back calorie positive. Not sure I like that, but it is what it is. Dirt's at 29 tons. That's perfect. That can all go. I guess Barb is probably sleeping again? Barb is probably sleeping again. Okay, Lou is doing it. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so that stuff's getting deconstructed. Now we gotta break back in over here, right? How do we need to get this all done? Becomes the question. So, first and foremost, we might as well just... We're gonna deconstruct that, and we're gonna replace that with the other power cables. So, heavy watt conductive, made out of lead. We're just gonna draw all that in now, so as we break in, that's a thing. Actually, no, we can't draw that in there, because we're going to have to do some shenanigans to get that right. And then we're going to have to... I think we got to break out that tile, and that tile at least. That's going to have to get deconstructed. Actually, a lot of this is going to have to get deconstructed. Alright, let's speed this along. I think we can speed it along a little bit. This is now something we can clean up later, but I want to get this built. I've been wanting to get this built for like the entire dang time we've been in this playthrough. We're going to set this to sweep only. Nope, you're stuck in there, so let's not have you do that. Now let's hit deconstruct here. We're going to have to put in a ladder tile temporarily. Then we're going to need to mop all of that up. Oh, we have a printable. Let's check out what we got. Operating building, cuisine, athletics, excavation, flatulent, undigging, small bladder. We'll print a shine nymph. They get in the way sometimes, but you know what? We'll eventually have to build a shine bug reactor anyway, so let's, we not have to, but rather not do manual rad bolt generation for the rest of our lives, so... Okay, then same type of deal. We have to build there, there, and there. Slow that down. That is vacuum and can't be accessed. Then we do this. Build a tile there. Don't think they can actually reach that. Is that reachable? Killers on it? Okay. Oh, because they can build it through the side. Wonderful. And then we put that there. So now that I've solved this problem, or we're almost done solving this, I love you too. Now that we're just about done solving this problem, it means that we can get a deep freeze up and I can start stressing about any form of calories. Just on building. Okay, that's on building. Boop, boop. Actually, wait. That was the wrong way to do that. These actually have to not be here. Shit. Right, so then we have to build that. That's what we have to do. I love seeing the eggs stack up. Trying to make sure I don't screw this up right at the end. We need to make sure that we build this in the right order. See, now we can come back in here and delete this, that, that, and that. That can get built there. That can get built there. That stuff can get swept out of there. Hi, kitty. Come here, bub. We got another 20 minutes. Is that okay? Is that okay? Can you let Daddy finish his projects? Can Daddy finish his projects? No? No projects? I'm not allowed? This is the boy. What do you think is the best choice of block for an industrial factory-looking building? I was going to say red bricks. I'm not a big fan of red bricks and granite in general, but I think it's because I grew up in the Northeast, and there's so many brick buildings over there that it's kind of like, I've seen it a million times, so it kind of bores me. But there's not really anything that's like... iron doesn't look like industrial steel, so I would say as far as those type of buildings, yeah, red brick would be the way to go. Yeah, maybe you could use some of the non-glazed terracotta, like cyan terracotta. The unglazed one looks like a dark, and basalt's another good one. I probably will. I love all Minecrafts. We can then deconstruct this and deconstruct that. We can deconstruct this. We can build one of these here. Oh my god, my brain hurts. Stuff with tough now. I find it funny how tough isn't tough at all. I mean, deep slate looks good everywhere, Fen. I'm a bit of a deep slate whore myself. It's a really good block in general. Tachyon, let's not play this game right now, buddy. Okay, so let's get all of that stuff swept out of there. Buddy, you're killing me. You're killing me here, buddy. You're killing me. Please, please. I know, it's almost time. Oh yeah, let's get that ban. They're out in force these last couple of weeks, huh? Alright, is there any more sweeping in here? No. Okay. So then we can rebuild all the stuff that I had to stop building. Like that. And this is all still vacuum, all still vacuum. And while we're in here, what I want to do is I want to get a temp shift plate. We don't have to make it out of anything crazy. Let's put a temp shift plate right... It's going to wind up injecting it into those things, isn't it? No, never mind. Do I want a temp shift plate in there, becomes the question. Smooth Assault does look nice. There's a lot of really good blocks in Minecraft now. There's just so many good ones. You know what? Yeah, let's put a temperature shift plate right there. Oh, wait. Right. Gotta flip that. Time for you to restart? I mean, hey, sometimes you gotta restart, right? They keep wanting to go and do stuff. You, sir, need to be moved. Okay, let's queue up more work while they're screwing around. Heavy watt conductive wire lead. So what I want to do is it's going to go there, and this is going to go up here like this. And we're going to wind up putting another one of these here. No. Right? Yes? No? Maybe so? Hang on. Hang on just a second. So now we're actually getting on to some newer stuff. So let's say we need power wires to go into the base, right? So if we make 1, 2... 4, and then like 1, 2... That's 4 lines. If we put it right up against the wall here, we would have to put a joint plate. Hold on. Oh, God, tack, please. Hi, buddy. When he wants attention, he wants attention. Hey, 15 minutes, sir. A little bit more. 18 minutes. 18 minutes. Can I have 18 minutes? That's all I want. That's all I want, sweet baby. Sweet baby boy, turkey on. Come on, you can sit in my lap. Sit in the lap? Please? I got him. I got him. I love you, Bubba. You are such a good boy. You are such a good baby. So, like I said, I want to get a distribution setup. Oh my God. A distribution setup going. So we can do this. And... Could easily cool that using this loop as well. We won't even have to break back in there. So that's going to go like that. And what we're going to end up doing is putting in tiles like here. Right. I mean, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I need to enjoy the fact that I actually accomplished some things, right? Actually, no. Let's cancel that and just assume that that's where they're gonna go. And what that's gonna do is that's gonna give us 4 lines in this space, and we could put a doorway here. We could even add more lines if need be, and that will give us the lines for our base. This is going to connect down to more steam turbines that are going here. We're going to eventually put in more liquid buffers over here as well. This thing will wind up being the aqua tuner that deals with our industrial cooling, and then we'll add another one to deal with other stuff. We'll probably chain this with another one so that we can make sure everything stays nice and cool, because we're going to be putting a lot of work on it between chilling the stuff up here and chilling the steam turbines themselves. We're going to need more than just one, most likely. We'll deal with cleaning this mess up next week. This is not a big deal. We're basically gonna drop that. We're gonna deconstruct that to drop it down. We're gonna empty it, delete the next brick. It should stop it from... Buddy. Basically, we're just going to reconstruct the liquid lock we had here, go in there, deconstruct the stuff, and then corner build to delete the steam for the easiest method. If not, we're going to wind up with water mixed in our oil, and that's going to be a pain in the ass. We've got all of our eggs up in our incubators over here. We've got 3 critters here, 1, 1, and 1. So we're about to start getting these ranches fully online, which was the whole point of today. Mud brick is a good choice for the more 90s industrial look. Yeah, mud bricks are great, I would say, for sure. And as far as gas sorting goes, it is what it is. One of the reasons I think it's okay that we put in our power distribution here is it still allows us to move pipes, gas pipes around through it. They don't occupy the same overlay, so... you know, not problematic in that way. But I'm much happier with the way this is set up now than the way it was. This looks like everything is in place over here. Big thing we're going to have to do is get water into these systems for the cooling loop and everything. I think what we might do is actually take... I really should have had a way to get water out of here. I think we can make a way to get water out of there. What I think we might do... He's driving... God, buddy! This is verging on infuriating. I love you so much, but this is 100 times in like 30 seconds. Like, you know that I love you, right? Like, I need to finish stream. There's a few more projects, and I want to talk to the nice people. Is that okay? Please? You know you're too cute. You know you're too cute. Buddy, please, just please. Like, it makes me want to cry, because I love him so friggin' much, and it's just like, but I'm like, please, just... Because he's ripping my heartstrings out, and it's like, dude, we'll be done in a few minutes. Just chill. Anyway, we got to get water in here, and I think what I'm going to wind up having to do is break into this chamber. We've already got this thing that's going to be injecting more water in. I think we take a pipe under here and then bridge so that we can get water out somewhere, somehow. My brain can't handle that at the moment. We could also, like, I think we can build here without breaking this lock. So we could do other... Stop, please stop. Please, buddy, please, no.
No, 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 no. No, please. It's killing me. It's killing me, guys. It's absolutely killing me. I'm sorry. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Like, zero idea. Stop! No! No! Like, I'm not mad at him. I just want to cry. Like, I have no control over this situation, and it hurts me. I need you to stop. I need you to stop. He's looking at me right under the camera. I know it looks like I'm looking at you guys and telling you guys to stop, but I'm in pain right now. So anyway, we need to get water into this reservoir, into this cooling loop, and then into this steam chamber. We don't need a lot in either location, but we need to get it in there. I do think we can officially brick that in, though. We don't have to build anything from this side. We could get in there just by moving stuff. Actually, let's not do that. Never mind. Okay. I'm completely at a loss right now. I'm completely at a loss. Where does this fit? So that's going to be there. This is going to be there. Can't go there because of the way those locks are. Okay, I don't feel like there's any, like, quick project we can do. Is there? I mean, that can... Okay. We can move this wire to an even better location. Let's bring it in there. And that'll be the last thing we do, and then we'll raid to somebody else, and I'll go play fetch with the kitty. Sorry guys, I keep having trouble sleeping because I get excited about gaming, and then when I wake up to go to the bathroom and stuff, Tack wants to wrestle and play, so then I never actually get back to proper sleep. So I'm a little sleep deprived at the moment, so things are getting to me a little more than I'd like them to, but he is a lovely, adorable kitty, so we link that in there, we break that, No, this is actually, that's actually powering that. Okay, I like the way that plugs in there for now anyway. I mean, it's not going to be there long term. We're going to destroy that wire because now that base is linked in. Cat's so annoying you made a golem noise. Yeah, yep. I mean, it's always on the cat owner, right? Like, he's just being a cat. He just wants to have fun. I haven't given him enough attention today. I've been doing extra streams, I've been working really hard at goals, but you can't explain that to a cat, right? You can't be like, hey buddy, I'm working hard to make a better life for us, so would you mind just being a little bit more patient? Yeah, like, the cat doesn't understand that, you know? Okay. What do we got over here? Has any science, medicine, kit. Okay, let's take the Bliss Burst seeds. How is Princess Leia doing? How are you, Princess Leia? What are you at? You're at an athletics of 4, so not even close yet. We'll put you into learning so you get smarter faster. They're going to be a full-time rancher when they come out. They've got improved carry, improved strength, so we're going to get them... get them basically, like, if there's ever not ranching to do, they'll help mop and plumb and all that stuff, but we're gonna have like 8 full ranches of slicksters soon enough. Where are we on everything else? Everything else is all right. Why don't we Okay, we can set this to... So... Critter eggs. Wait, hold on. Can I just go... Critter eggs in general, and then egg shells. And if there happens to be any meat in here, those are the 3 things we want to get over here. Copy settings, paste, paste, paste. Now, we need power for those things, so I guess this thing is not dumping a lot of power. This line, well, for now, I think we can kind of just grab off of this line. It's not really running a whole hell of a lot, but it's also only getting 1,000 watts. We're not going to power these guys. This is just to reserve eggs. So now, eggs, eggshells, and any meat that happens to wind up in here, that's all going to get dumped here. And then eventually... So we'll put that in now. And I'm making all this stuff out of steel because eventually it's going to be super friggin' hot down here. And we'll put that in... there. And eventually this is going to send all of the things here that don't need to be here up to where they need to go. Actually, I'm going to cancel that. Right? I mean, I'll need a sweep. It's fine. For now, the dupes will come over and grab it. We can lock this door, though. We need that door locked so they're not going in and out. Okay. So I think we're processing steel again, right? Yeah, we dealt with all of our temporary setbacks, and now we're processing steel again, which is fantastic. Which means, in theory, we could start queuing up more stuff down here. Which, why not? Let's do that with the last couple of minutes. Let's spend the steel we took so much time getting in the mix. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to keep processing that. Not that there was ever any question of that, but I am kind of getting flagrant with my use of it, so... Okay, so when we come back next week, we'll set up our distribution box. We'll get the water and everything into this so we can finally turn it on. We'll get a deep freeze and proper kitchen built in up in here. We'll probably side project, like, get, like, different floors that these guys can come out of and make some adjustments to this, like, walking pathing over here. And when we are not sure what we're doing, we'll be digging out all of this stuff to try and get access to it. I'd like to theoretically next week get our industrial area proper, but I think I want to shift gears out of all the industrial stuff since we've got it working at the moment and, like, prepped for later. I think I want to shift gears to mainly focusing on the base next Tuesday and Thursday. I want to get the other 2 floors of bedrooms. I want to get the toilets moved. What we will do for the industrial area is get this section built out. We'll get the other steam turbines in. We'll extend out the steam chamber, and that way we know where our border is actually going to be. Right now we've got our borders, but some of them are just kind of not necessarily temporary, but like just kind of where they landed. I put this in because I thought this is about where we were going to go to, but we might put in an extra steam turbine. I'm not 100% sure. We're not going to not work on industrial stuff, but we're going to try and shift our focus to... We're going to work on it enough to get our boundaries and borders, and then we're going to focus on getting the base up and running the way we want it to run. Also, what I might do... because this always happens with these canisters, right? I think I might put a canister emptier in each of these rooms, and so that when they drop oxygen canisters, they just get swept to the canister emptier by the auto sweeper, and that way I don't have to keep manually emptying them out. I think that might be a cool plan. In fact, do we have that? I don't think we even have that research. That's like one of those sidestep researches, right? Yeah, let's just queue that up to go. How much polluted dirt is in here? I mean, we could always compost polluted dirt. 5 tons of polluted dirt. So yeah, there's dirt in there if we need to get at it. And that's the jam, guys. I do apologize for having a little bit of a cat meltdown there at the end of the day, but you know, sometimes the ones you love drive you the craziest. Also, I'd love to get these natural tiles out of here, get swapped over to different blocks besides sand. So there's a lot we can do. There's an absolute ton we can do. Let's see who's online and see what we can do as far as raiding out to someone. If we've got friends and family online who are playing Ani, we'll raid out to them today. If not, we'll see what else is going on out there in the world. You know, Too Legit's playing again. Love Too Legit's content. So let's just go raid over there and say hi. He was kind enough to raid us back the other day, so let's go over and say what's up. Thank you guys all for an amazing stream. Again, I'm sorry I'm a little bit tired today. Tomorrow we'll be back on the rim. Sea ice, insanely difficult challenge. We've got two pawns. Hopefully tomorrow we can get a little bit more infrastructure built up, get a few more pawns. It's been wonderful hanging with everybody. I'll try to go to bed early tonight, I promise, as I cross the fingers. Take care, everyone, and be well. Thank you.